am I going to? The CXC Growth Lounge will begin at 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
Hello, Canadian Export Challenge. My name's Aaron Eidenberg. I'm with the Office of Small and Medium Enterprises based here in Pacific Region. We're a branch of Public Services and Procurement Canada. So I'm going to talk today a little bit about federal government procurement, um, maybe try and dispel a little myths. And actually, I already see a lot of great questions coming in through the question portal. So I'll try and get through my chat really quick and get to your questions. So yeah, as I said, I'm with the Office of Small and Medium Enterprises. Some of my colleagues are going to be here throughout the day today to meet with you one-on-one and participate in some of the judging. It's our job to support small and medium enterprises through the federal government's procurement process. And we do that in a number of ways. We go out and we talk to small businesses a lot. So engaging with, assisting, and informing about how our process works, and really trying to help you as a business formulate the right strategy for how to sell your good or service to the federal government. We also work to try and reduce barriers and ensure fairness in the process. So that's really where we want to hear from you. When we sit down with you, we want to hear about your experience going through the federal government's procurement process and hear about what you encountered and yeah, how that process worked for you. There's a ton of opportunity for small businesses to work with the federal government. We buy just about everything. I think the list of things that we don't buy is a lot shorter than the list of things that we do buy. There can be a ton of things that you'd be surprised that we buy. And when I meet with businesses, they often say, "Hey, you don't buy what I sell. You're the federal government. No, you don't buy dog grooming or esthetician services or things like that." But actually, when I met that person who told me esthetician services, it wasn't even a week later I saw a tender on our website for not the actual esthetician nail tech services themselves, but for a training program to professional development for estheticians for a women's prison in Saskatchewan. So train some inmates so that when they're released and back into society, they have a vocation that they can support themselves with. So really, the range of things that we buy is tremendous. Also, the size of the opportunity. We're one of the biggest buyers of goods and services in the country, uh, on the order of about $25 billion per year to buy all the goods and services that we buy. But the process can be a little different than your typical B2B sale or direct to consumer sale. We have a ton of laws, regulations, policies, procedures, free trade agreements that we have to follow, levels of authority and thresholds, and tons of the environment is very complex of rules that we have to navigate through. So that can be very frustrating as a business owner when you just want to get a straight answer to a question like, why is this criteria specifically set for this range? Or are you willing to accept a novel idea that you might not have thought of before? These are great questions that we want to hear from businesses, but sometimes the process can be a little frustrating to go through. So what I typically say is that anytime there's a frustration with the way that things are being communicated, or the way you're able to access information, it's typically because we're doing something with respect to fairness, openness, and transparency. And I'll just give you a really quick example. Trying to ask a simple question like questioning the range in a criteria, for example. If you pick up the phone and you call the contracting officer and try to ask them that question, if there's a live tender on the street, they won't be able to just answer your question for you. They're going to ask that you submit your question in writing. So you're going to write that question down. You're going to send it in an email. They're going to receive it, and they're not going to email back. Instead, what they're going to do is they're going to take your question. They're going to write out their answer. They're going to get that answer approved. They're going to have to get that answer translated into English or into French. And then they're going to post your question and the answer as an amendment to that tender so that everybody has access to their answer. Everybody has access to that same information at the same time in how they prepare their bid. And that's how we have to do that to ensure that the whole process is open, fair, and transparent. So we buy a ton of stuff, we buy a lot of it, but the process can be a little bit different than your typical B2B sale. And that's where my office comes in. That's where OSME really, that's why we exist. We're created to help to help small businesses navigate through the whole process. So yeah, drop in, talk to myself. My colleague Rodney's also, I don't know if it's called the Growth Lounge as well, but in taking some one-on-one meetings today. And yeah, we'll get to some of your questions. So the first one from Venla comes in. I'm a small business. Do I really have a chance at winning a bid against some of these bigger organizations? How can I make myself stand out to win a bid? So yes, you absolutely have a chance. We're completely agnostic in terms of what kind of business we want to do business with. You just have to be able to meet the requirements of the tender. So yes, of course, we're the federal government. We're going to have large opportunities that are in the millions of dollars, and we're going to need the big firms to be able to deliver those things. That's just the way that it is. But within the $25 billion that we're spending every year, there's opportunities for the $1 billion. Those are the big $1 million contracts, but there's also contracts all the way down just to a couple $100. We just need a few units of some good for a specific office. We need a consultant to come in for 2 days and work with one unit. And so that's really one of the biggest questions you need to ask yourself as a federal government supplier early on. Strategic question is, am I going after low dollar value opportunities, or am I going through competitive bidding? Because the strategies for how to sell those things are way different. So we have a magic number in federal government procurement. It's $25,000 for goods, and it's $40,000 for services. And that threshold, any purchase we make below that threshold is considered a low dollar value purchase and can be done directly through the authority of a specific manager in a specific branch of a specific department. They'll have a credit card. They'll be able to, as long as they've budgeted and they're able to justify the expenditure, and the value of the expenditure, yeah, they can immediately contract with you to come in and work with them. It's over those thresholds, $25,000 for goods, $40,000 for services, where our big, stereotypical government procurement process comes into play, where you've got to find a bid on buyandsell.gc.ca, find a tender. You've got to respond with a bid, submit your bid on time, meeting all the requirements, and compete for price in open competition. So to answer your question, yes, absolutely. We do thousands of contracts. In fact, I think over 90% of the contracts that the government of Canada signs, like the number of contracts that we sign, are with small and medium enterprises. So yes, absolutely. And Tony, do you have any tips for bidding through an RFQ or RFP? I got tons of tips. A lot of it will depend on what industry you're coming from. So I'd really suggest, Tony, that you reach out to myself or one of my colleagues and sit down with us. But overall, the biggest tip I can give you is respond to the criteria that are listed in the tender. The whole process is based only on what you submit in your bid. We're actually prohibited from looking at any other information or considering any other information when we're looking at your bid. We will lay out in the bid for you exactly what the criteria are, exactly how we're going to grade those criteria, and exactly how we're going to use those criteria with your price to make a decision about who we're contracting with. So strategically, you want to know exactly how we're awarding those points, how we're choosing, is it just based on lowest price? Are there just mandatory criteria and you've got to give us your lowest price? Well, then something about what's important to the buyers, and if you know about your competitors and what the space is, um, how competitive do you have to be? Is it worth your time submitting a bid? The other really big time saving tip I can give you is, yeah, I know our RFP documents are complicated and big and long, and there's a lot to go through, especially for a small business. It might just be you. It might just be you and a small staff. Like a 60-page document is a big time commitment for you, for just to find out if this is work you want to bid on. So we always include Annex A. Annex A is the statement of work. Start there. Read that first. If that's not work that your company is interested in doing, maybe it's not worth your time proceeding as a bid on that document. Maybe it's still a good networking opportunity. Maybe you still want to reach out to the contracting officer, find out who the end user is, do your research on what other opportunities that office might be looking at, but maybe that particular contracting opportunity isn't the right one for you right now. Next question is OSME offering any support to entrepreneurs during COVID-19? I'm going to say yes. We always offer support to entrepreneurs. I don't. We aren't doing anything special right now, or there's no funding available or anything through our office. But we are a network across the country with offices in every region. We've got some local speciality here in BC and the Yukon as well, and we're quite well networked with government buyers as well. So our offer is always the same. There's nothing different with COVID-19 except that we are absolutely able to meet virtually with anyone around the province, or in the Yukon Territory, and be able to sit down and chat about your business specifically and what strategy might be best for you to sell to the federal government. Are there any opportunities for northern entrepreneurs specifically from Whitehorse? How many entrepreneurs do you buy from? Yeah, that's a great question, Seneca. I've been up to Whitehorse twice actually in the last couple of years. I should be going up again soon, but unfortunately not able to travel right now. There's some big opportunities coming in Whitehorse, particularly around the Faro mine site. So there's a big contaminated mine site up there that's the responsibility of the federal government now to clean up. So there's going to be some big work coming. I know there's some other offices up there too that often contract for work, and the province is a big buyer, or the territorial government is a big buyer as well. And I know as well that some of our innovation programs have purchased from Whitehorse companies as well. There was something around permafrost data collection a couple years ago that I'm just blanking on the actual project itself. But there's a great lab springing up in Whitehorse that I've been into a couple times. That I'd like to see more contracts coming from Whitehorse. But yeah, there's big opportunities coming from Whitehorse for sure. Hello, Aaron. Does OSME have any specific support for certain industries, specifically agriculture or resource extraction? So that's a good question. We're fairly like we don't specialize in any industry. In fact, our information is designed to be generic. Generally, when I talk to suppliers, I'm talking about how the government would buy a dog or a unicorn or something in general, so that I'm not speaking particularly about the technical details of your field. Like I said, if you have questions about a specific tender, about a specific field, you've got to go directly to the contracting authority for that tender. I really don't have any information other than what's made public in those tenders, the same as you. And I can't offer my my direct interpretation of what's in those things, just because I can't, yeah, like I can't provide any information that isn't available to everyone, and I can't have you making decisions based on my interpretation of these things. That being said, we do have good networks, and we have been successful at working with some people in agriculture and agri-food Canada, and connecting some suppliers. And I know they're a big user, especially of the Innovative Solutions Canada program, and they've had some cool things come through that in the past. Uh, do I think government buying will go down because of COVID-19? That's a good question, and maybe I'll sort of take my official answer hat off for that, because it's my opinion. Um, in the months since COVID-19, yeah, the number of tenders that are being released by the government of Canada is down. Typically, I'm on our buyandsell.gc.ca site every day. Typically, I would see 40 to 50 tenders coming out every day. It's down to about 20 or 30 right now. Now that's up a lot from what it was in March and April, when everyone was working from home for the first time, and our capacity was pretty significantly reduced. I expect, though, that we will see procurement increase over the next year. I expect, that's just based historically. Coming out of recessions, coming out of difficult economic situations, governments spend. They look for projects. They look for shovel-ready infrastructure projects. They look for ways to support affected populations because of that economic situation, and they try and spend money on projects that don't, without just handing cash out, right? So I expect we will see increased procurement over the coming period, and I expect it will be targeted. Um, are evaluation criteria other than those identified in the specification used? Yeah, that's a great question, and the answer is no. We've got to be completely transparent about what criteria we're using in order to evaluate proposals. Um, So they're always going to give you the answers, or not the answers, but they're always going to give you their system for how to mark. That I want to see a description of your strategy. I want you to tell us what your strategic management approach is, and how you're accounting for risk, and how you're accounting for, to keep, what are your measures to control costs? What are your measures to control risk? What are your measures to control timelines and ensure appropriate staffing levels? And they're going to want to see all of that, and they're going to say, okay, there's 4 points available for each of these things, and a 0 point answer looks like this, and a 4 point answer looks like this, and that all comes together. So they have to be transparent about how they're evaluating those things. So no, there's never any secret criteria, there's never any secret list. um, the best tip I can give you, if it isn't immediately clear when you're looking at the tender notice what the criteria are, they haven't laid it out in a nice grid for you, is to go through that statement of work in Annex A and pull out any phrase that uses the word must. If they're using the word must, it's a mandatory criteria, and you have to be able to deliver that in order to bid on the tender. If he uses a word like should or shall, then it's likely a point rated requirement, or there's some sort of technical evaluation available for how you're able to perform on that sort of thing. And then I see our time is getting low, but we got one more question from Brett in here. Can we get together with another company to submit a joint proposal? And yeah, the answer is yes, absolutely. And in fact, buyandsell.gc.ca has a couple tools to facilitate this. So there's always a link on every tender on the right hand side called the list of interested suppliers. So you're able to advertise yourself to other companies, if they're, maybe we have a tender out there for viral cleaning services. We need, in response to COVID, we need to be able to clean our buildings out should there be a confirmed case. So maybe your company sells this new brand spanking new material. You got this cool spray that you can put on a surface, and It'll keep that surface virus free for the next 20 days. But you don't offer the service of coming into one of our offices and actually, doing the cleaning. You can use this list of interested suppliers to potentially find the company that uh, can do the other half of those services for you and submit a joint proposal. We don't really care what setup your company is, how you've organized yourself. We're good with solopreneurs, we're good with small businesses, we're good with full on corporations, even co-op businesses have applied. Um, and bid and won. You just have to be transparent with us generally about who your subcontractors are or the organization of your joint bid. Couple other questions. Do I have time? Yeah. Okay. We'll answer a couple more questions. How do I find out about supplier opportunities? So the number one thing you want to do is bookmark buyandsell.gc.ca. So this is our tender website. This is where we're advertising all of the opportunities that come out from the federal government above those thresholds, above those $25,000 and $40,000 thresholds for competitive bidding. To find the opportunities below that, sort of a good news, bad news. Bad news is there is no website. There is no central repository for where you're going to find all of those opportunities. The good news, though, is that it's going to work much more like a typical business-to-business relationship. It's going to be about networking. It's going to be about your own marketing efforts. It's going to be about doing your research about who those customers are, finding those customers, and really selling to them on how you can solve their problems. Um, and are there circumstances in which bidders must be excluded from Chloe? I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but bidders get excluded from our processes, all the time when they don't meet the mandatory criteria. So every bid opportunity will lay out mandatory criteria, and even if you do meet it, but you don't make it clear in your bid that you do meet it, you unfortunately are declared non-responsive, and excluded from competition. So make sure that when you submit your bid, you make it very clear and easy to evaluate for our teams that you do meet all of the mandatory criteria listed in the bid. If you're wondering about bidders being excluded for past performance, very rarely does that happen. We have an excluded bidders list, but man, it's short. And it's just a certification generally included in each bid that your firm does not appear on that excluded bidders list. So the answer is no. So I think I'll wrap there. I've put my email address in the chat, and I'll throw it in again. Um, Overall, I hope you really enjoy your day at the Canadian Export Challenge. I hope you enjoy the rest of the presentations, and good luck in the challenge as well. Hopefully, I'll see some of you later on. We'll connect another time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Singh. I'm a small business development manager for Scotiabank, BC, and Yukon region. I am responsible for small business growth through our retail branch network, specifically uh, through coaching and development of our business banking advisors and branch managers. Part of my role also involves gathering feedback from business customers, using market changes to develop our programs, products, and offerings. I've been working with Scotiabank since 2014. A little bit about Scotiabank. Scotiabank is a leading bank in Americas, guided by our purpose for every future. We help our customers, their families, and their communities achieve success through a full suite of financial advice and banking solutions, supported by an excellent customer experience that is a part of our mandate to over 10 million retail and small business customers throughout the globe. Globally, we all have been impacted by the effects of COVID-19 throughout the first days of pandemic and uncertainty. We moved quickly to ensure the health and safety of both our customers and our staff. We knew our role as a key support for the people and communities we serve would become even more important. Understanding the essential nature of our business, we were able to keep 97% of our branches open across the country. We know we know that staying connected with our financial institutions as a key partner to your business, it can sometimes mean that difference between surviving and thriving. With our guiding purpose for every future, we are here to continue to invest in our customer needs. We were recently recognized as best bank in North America for innovation in digital banking through Banker Magazine 2020. More than 3 years ago, we committed to becoming a leader in digital banking and have focused on achieving our goal. We opened 5 digital factories across our core markets, built a team of more than 1,000 top technology professionals, and developed a industry-leading mobile banking app. We were also pleased to learn that we recently won online banking satisfaction by JD Power Canadian Online Banking Study for 2020. This represents a great deal of ongoing hard work done by our technology teams leading up to global pandemic lockdown and continues today to ensure our customers always have the latest information, best tools, and most seamless process for their banking. Um, in addition, how we help business owners and entrepreneurs, the most crucial thing to us is practicing sound business principles. Have a plan and purpose. What are your goals? What is your strategy? Why do this? What is your short-term and long-term vision? What is your vision with your business? Do your homework, read, ask questions, test your knowledge, learn, do your research. Always gain critical and constructive feedback. That is also very important. Build a network of support systems and COIs, lawyers, accountants, consultants, bankers. As a bank, we support small businesses with day-to-day banking, cash management, Chase merchant services, credit products. Most of our business customers benefit from our digital banking platform. We have our experts on cash management who advise business owners on digital banking capabilities, which include payroll, wire transfers, direct deposit, EFTs, business payment services, and many more solutions to support their businesses. We also partner with our commercial and wealth teams to take our small business customers to the next level of growth. We have close alliances with Chase and CFIB. Many of our business customers have benefited from this key partnership. So we are truly excited, and we are open for business. And I'll take some questions here on my screen. Okay, so what differentiates Scotiabank Small Business Service from other banks? So this is what two words I will say: advice and partnership. With that, we have our field team, business banking advisors who work in the branches, uh, deal with customers on day to day. In addition to that, we have our virtual advice team. Virtual advice teams are available for remote communities. They call business owners, they book appointments, they sit down with them, review their business plans, and help out regularly. So virtual small business team is also there. We work as partners with our small business customers, making sure that they make informed financial decision. So on that, that what differentiates us from other FIs. Second question, looking at what support is Scotiabank providing to small business customers impacted by COVID? With COVID, we are providing support through multiple government programs. Plus, we have our Scotiabank COVID relief programs. Those programs, they will help you with deferrals. They will also work with you on different kind of strategies that, how we can increase cash flow, look into your future cash flow projections, business plans, etc. So definitely we have Scotiabank relief programs available. Okay, so we have different plans for startups. For us, it's very important to look into what kind of business you're starting. We look at your business plans. We look at your cash flow projections. We look into other different industry risk indicators, and then we provide advice on that. So what I will recommend is, if you are looking to start a business and you have a plan, please visit one of our branches and book an appointment with a business banking advisor, and they will be happy to walk you through the entire process. Other question: if you were to start a business, what would you first step in terms of securing your financial plan? On a Scotiabank online platform, we have a Scotia Plan Writer, which helps you and guides you through every step. And when you have completed all those steps, then it kind of takes you to an appointment booking a platform with a small business account manager, and they will be happy to assist you. Yes. So, question from Stage started looking to export into basic and trade verification as my first step securing financing. So for from Johnson, Ada Johnson, if I'm saying it correct, I run a growth stage startup and looking to export into Baltic countries. I work in air purification. What would you recommend as my first step? The first step, I will recommend that, have your plan ready, have your business plan ready. Number two, speak to a business banking advisor. Number two, Number three, securing financing. When you're securing financing, we look at basic things. Number one, your business plan. Number two, your credit. Number three, capacity. And we also look at with the startups, there is no previous financial history. So definitely, your business plan and your vision will help us to kind of understand your business and see what we can help with. So partnering with business, that's a good question. Partnering with business is partnership in advice. Think of us as we are your important, just like you have an accountant, just like you have a lawyer. When you start your business, you incorporate your company. We are also support in a capacity where we can provide financial advice, and you think of as we a important business partner. So that's what extent I'm talking about. So cash flows. Okay, so for cash flow, this is something a little bit. Okay, if my payroll is less than 50,000, could I still be eligible for SEBA? Of course. I will recommend visiting our Scotiabank online website, which explains all three SEBAs, where you will know that what you are eligible for, and it also kind of explains you how to apply for that. Also, what kind of documentation do you need? So that is something you definitely should look at. And also Government of Canada websites, they also provide a lot of information as well. Okay, next question is, do you have a Scotiabank personal account? What I recommend when running a business account, running your business expenses through your personal account, what I will recommend is having a business account is very important, where you can have your personal and business expenses separate. For this, if you are just starting up a company, we have different kind of account plans into the place, and a business banking advisor or our online banking, it does an assessment and it can tell you that what account is suitable for. So definitely running a business out of personal account will have some problems, but having a business account is definitely recommended if you are business for self. So for startups, definitely we have a customized financial products you can look at. For the startups, first thing we have our startup accounts. Number two, we support business owners with day-to-day banking, which is very important part. One of our important platform is Scotia Connect, which helps you to direct deposit money in your employee's account, which also helps you to wire money, which also helps you with sending payments to government. Uh, and it's available on your phone and it's available on your computer. So you can sit anywhere in the world. You can process payroll. You can process tax payments. You can also authorize payments. For example, a lot of business owners, they have second signing authority, or a lot of business owners, they have two to sign accounts. And Scotia Connect, where it helps is your partner can be on the other side of the world, but you can still process those transactions with authorization. So further, I'll a little bit expand on specific offerings for entrepreneurs. Um, not only checking accounts, digital capabilities, but also what we support. We have CFIB, which provides good advocacy. We have our Chase Merchant System, which helps with your financial transactions. Chase Payment Tech has been our partners from a long time, and we recommend Chase Payment Tech due to reputation, number one. Number two is it's faster. So if you are a retail store, if you have a retail store and you're using Chase Payment Tech with Scotiabank, number one, there are discounts in the place. Number two, the funds will come into your account very fast. So that is something also a part of early entrepreneurs offerings. So fundamental differences in personal banking versus business banking is personal banking is something your personal mortgages, personal accounts, personal credit cards. Business banking, depending upon your corporation or your sole proprietorship, it becomes a different entity. So also I'll like expand on a little bit on business banking piece is when you have a business account with Scotiabank. Number one, you'll be able to see on one screen, so you'll be able to see your business account. You will be also able to see your personal accounts. What makes it easy that you can transfer funds back and forth. Also, you can do your payments, like if you're paying your business credit card out of your business account, you can do that. So you can use only one card to log in into your personal and business account at the same time on one screen. Okay, so for the cybersecurity, we have our experts. As I mentioned, we have a big technology team. They monitor our website, our transactions, everything, and they make sure that we are logging into a secure platform all the time, and they make sure that our customers are protected. So that's what I will say on the cybersecurity concern. Okay, so looks like that's pretty much it. I have question-wise. Lastly, I just wanted to thank you, Startup Canada, for providing us the opportunity to partner on this exciting event and be a part of a great platform. Listeners, I will recommend reach out if you have any questions. Also, we are open for business. Reach out to your local branches if you need support. Also, my email or my information will be provided as well in case if you need any further guidance. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Hopefully, you're having a wonderful day so far at the Canadian Export Challenge. I hope you've enjoyed the presentations that you've seen either on the main stage or if you've been bouncing into the Growth Lounge and getting a lot of useful information. Those of you that pitched at the event as well, too, all the best of luck. Looking forward to judging the finals later this morning as well. But now we're in the UPS Growth Lounge, and it's just an opportunity for me to actually look at some of the questions that you want to throw my way with regards to logistics or UPS, more of a follow-up to the presentation I just delivered on the main stage. Now, the first one that I want to dive into, and I've been getting this at every one of our stops so far across the country, and that is, how is COVID-19 impacting businesses shipping and the behaviors of people as far as wanting shipping or buying. And I can tell you that there's two components to this, and I'll tell you where we are right now. On the one side is, what is the impact to the courier and shipping industry in general, freight industry. And as you can imagine, initially on the onset of the pandemic, globally, there were challenges. It doesn't matter if it was freight, if it was courier, just because there was a lot of things that was happening. There was a lot of shift in people's behavior, and I'll get into that in a second. But there was also obviously challenges with the different providers to support their customers with sourcing goods and making sure that the supply chains continued. So that did cause some delays and some difficulties around the world, including with UPS here in Canada. But I'm thrilled to let you know that for several weeks now, probably actually a month now, if not more, we've been back to complete normal as far as our commitments and our guarantees that all of our customers have come to expect and enjoy from UPS. So from that aspect, we're where we need to be. Now, on the flip side, when you actually look at what's happening with behavior in shipping and people's buying, as you can imagine, because you're probably part of this, there's been a big shift. There's been an influx on e-commerce buying, even though e-commerce kept growing every single year at great growth rates. With the onset of COVID-19, we saw a great shift with people going home, working from home, and now buying and wanting their deliveries to come home. So great increase and shift from B2B to B2C. And we believe that we're going to continue to see that. Obviously, part of it is because we're not over the pandemic at this point, and there's still challenges in other parts around the world, which could obviously impact also deliveries in those parts of the world. India obviously is having some challenges with the pandemic at this point, and Europe looks like they're starting to get into a second phase. So that obviously could start seeing some challenges there. But even once we come out of this, we believe that there's going to be a shift in the way people work, where they work, and therefore that's going to continue to shift the shipping and buying behaviors of people. So B2C is going to continue to grow, which obviously is going to put a greater demand on e-commerce, not just from a buying, but then from a logistics and supply chain as well. So hopefully that answers that question for everyone. Now, other questions. Here's one I haven't seen before, and I'd like to at least discuss it here this time around. And this is there insurance available for shipments? If so, how is this evaluated and what does it cover? Great question. Haven't had it yet. So in the courier environment, there is, it's really not called insurance, it's called declared value. You can put or purchase declared value units to cover the replacement cost of your product from, in some cases, being lost, or which is rare, but does happen, or being damaged as well too. So the way the declared value works at UPS, very similar with other carriers as well too. But at UPS, you're basically covered for the first $100, but then you can buy units, and I believe we're at about $295 per unit now, of $100 increments for everything that you need coverage over $100. So for example, if you had a $275 shipment, and that is your replacement cost, not what you sold it for, but what it cost you, and it was $275, you can get $300 worth of coverage. First 100 is free. That means that you can purchase 2 additional $100 increments to cover you again if for some strange reason it disappears and gets lost, or if it is damaged. Now, I do want to make sure this part is clear. If it is damaged, it is going to be inspected. So make sure your packaging, which is another question I see here, and I'll dive into next, is going to be approved. If you don't follow the proper packaging guidelines and ensure that your package was properly packaged to move through a courier environment, I can tell you right now, it probably won't make it in one piece, which means that when you submit your claim expecting it to be covered, it is going to be refused. Again, very normal practice in the shipping industry. So don't get caught with that. So how do you make sure you're not caught in that situation? You need to make sure you have proper packaging. And the way packaging works, you can break it almost down into two different groups: palletized type of shipping, non-palletized. Palletized, basically you're looking at freight movements. Items that you're putting on a skid, you could be moving it through air freight, could be truckload, could be ocean freight containers, but basically on a skid, shrink wrapped, moved as is through a freight environment. You still need proper packaging. You still need to make sure, especially if it's something fragile, that it is protected, because even if it's on a skid and it's on a trailer or on a ship or on a plane, it's going to be rocking and moving around, and you want to make sure that the vibration is not going to damage it. But you don't need as much packaging as you probably would need in a courier environment. And the reason for that is, even if your courier provider is picking up at your location on a skid, 5, 10, 15, one package of yours, when it gets to the courier environment, it is broken down. Those packages are individually labeled and therefore individually moved through a courier environment. If it's going through UPS, as it's hitting some of our larger operations, it's moving through miles of belts, chutes, and slides. And therefore, if it's not packaged properly as it's moving through that environment, it can get damaged. So to ensure that it's not, use new corrugated boxes. Make sure that the item that's inside is not right up against the outside container, but has some space in between, and that when it's packaged inside, it is not going to move within that packaging. So taking something heavy, putting some popcorn chips in a box and putting it in the middle, and it's a really heavy item, and expect it through the courier environment, it not to shift and move to the outside container and maybe get through the outside container, is not very realistic. So make sure that you have proper packaging. At UPS's website, you can go to our packaging guidelines that will tell you different types of packaging you can use and how best to package a product. You can also reach out to us. We have a packaging lab where our customers can actually provide us some of their packaged items that we can send to our lab to go through rigorous testing to make sure it can make it through a courier environment on your behalf. Or why not visit one of the UPS stores across Canada where you can actually have experts properly package your package for you if you don't do or have a need for a lot of shipping. So that's how you can protect yourselves that way. Let's see what other questions I can see here. How would you recommend keeping your shipping prices as low as possible? Does UPS have any programs or tools for this? So the best way to keep your pricing down is to ensure that you're constantly reaching out to whoever your courier partner is, including UPS, and ensuring that we have all your proper current information and providing you the best rates possible for all the different services we have. So for example, if you're shipping a product that needs to get into your customer's hands the next day, we have express service, next day guaranteed, but that is a more premium service. If your product is a product that your customers can wait 1, 2, 3, 4 days, depending on how far they are from where it's being shipped from, that is a lower cost item. So there's different ways of looking at how you can actually manage that component and ensure that you're constantly getting the best discounts, best pricing that you can have available. But another way at the very beginning of your business to try to reduce your cost of shipping is to start thinking about shipping during your R&D phase. Yes, while you're in the prototype of your product, start thinking about it. An example could be, you could be building a product that you have an option to utilize plastic or steel. And you might realize in your R&D that in both cases, it's the same. And there's no great value versus one or versus the other. But you might recognize that, I want mine to be built in steel and maybe it's a little bit more solid. and that's what I'm going to use it for. Well, keep in mind, steel is going to be heavier than plastic. Heavier than plastic means your product's going to be heavier, which means that you're going to pay more because shipping is based on weight, not just physical weight, but dimensional weight. So if you're building a product and you can configure it to be smaller, well, the smaller that your product is, the less space it's going to take. And if it's very light in weight and it's very large, you're going to end up paying dimensional weight, which is another unfortunate factor increasing your cost in shipping. So again, I would encourage that while you're looking at your prototypes, or if you're changing your prototypes, if you're looking at containers for your products, my presentation, I talked about a customer that we helped out in Halifax that was selling barbecue sauce. And he didn't think about his shipping component, but initially he was shipping and using plastic bottles. He then decided to improve the look of his product and went from plastic to glass. Well, glass happened to be 30% heavier. His shipping just went up 30%, and glass can break easier than plastic. He has more claims and issues, requires more packaging. So think about it up front. That'll help you a lot. I don't understand what is the difference between a courier and UPS. Sorry, great question. I just been in the industry, make those assumptions sometimes. UPS is a courier company. So a courier company would be similar to UPS, FedEx, Purolator. These are companies that are typically moving packages that are individually labeled, that are usually delivered with a greater speed. So for example, you can ship with us a package today, and it's going to be delivered to 98% of the US tomorrow morning. It could be delivered to over 95% of the Canadian population tomorrow morning. You don't necessarily get that through freight. So courier is your typically 150 pounds or lighter packages. You can ship many of them. It could be 30 packages in your shipment, but individually they're 150 pounds or less, each one individually labeled. Again, if you got 10 going to one customer, it'll just be 1 of 10, 2 of 10, 3 of 10, as they are all labeled individually. Freight typically means you've got a truck that's coming to pick up. Could be less than truckload, could be a full truck, it could be multiple truck. It could be an ocean container where you're actually putting a lot more packages. You're talking about shipments in total that typically are 1,000 pounds combined weight or more, or really large items that are too big to move through a courier environment. So hopefully that answers that question. Should I include the shipping costs in the price of my product or add it on after? If you want to play the trick that all of the large e-commerce platforms do, which is offer free shipping, yes, try to include part of or all of your shipping costs within the price of your product. The only person that really can answer that question is yourself, because you understand what you're selling it at, you know what your current margins are, and you know what your competitors are competing against with you from a price perspective. But by knowing all of those elements, you can then, knowing what your shipping costs are, determine how you can actually play in that game. Keep in mind, someone is paying for shipping, and I explained that in my presentation. Do not be fooled when you see free shipping that it's free. You are paying for a portion of that in what you are buying, or if not all of it. And if you're only paying for a portion, that means that the actual shipper has put some of that into their margins as well. So one way of doing this, for example, is if you've got a competitor shipping a product, or selling it, I should say, at $70, and you're selling a similar, a better product at $55, and you want to keep your price low, and let's say your shipping cost is $15, you can match their price at $70, but offer free shipping. Technically, it's in the price of what you're selling it for. You can sell it slightly less at $65 and include 10 of the $15 in the price of that $55 goods that you're selling, and only charge 5, right? Or eat those 5 into your margins if you have healthy margins to still offer free shipping, but still be lower than your competitors. So there's so many tricks to doing that. And other tricks, for example, is having the customer recognize that, hey, you bought this item for $50, but if you spend $100 in products, I'll give you free shipping at that point. And that usually means that they're buying more. But when you buy more and send it to a customer, your shipping costs don't usually double. The weight goes up, therefore it will cost more, but it doesn't double in price. If you have something that is 10 pounds and now you're shipping 20, there is an increase, but it's not a double in cost. So having the customer spend more, you might then at that point recognize if they buy 2 items, $100, it's going to be this much weight, my cost will be X. I now can cover that in the actual margins that I make. And then the final trick that I'll share with you that was discussed earlier as well is trying to encourage customers when you're actually buying items to offer the free shipping for the lowest or the slowest shipping service. So for example, if you are in BC and you've got a customer in Ontario that's buying from you, you can indicate to them that they've got free shipping and it's going UPS ground, UPS standard, and they will get their package in 3 days, 4 days, depending where they're located. And the customer might be satisfied with that because it's lower cost. You've put it into the cost of the product, or you're eating some of that through your margins. But then provide the customers faster services. The customer might realize that, you know what, I really want this, but I need it in 2 days. Otherwise, it's useless for me. Well, allow them to actually pay 10 or 15, whatever the additional cost is, to actually get it in 2 days with UPS Expedited or overnight with UPS Express. Hopefully that answers that question as well. Do you have any tips on how to streamline my shipping process? Is there a way to connect my shipping process to my e-commerce store? And I've been getting this question a lot over the last couple of days. And the short answer to that is yes. UPS has APIs. They're basically interfaces with the different UPS components that whoever's built your website for you can actually integrate that. Now, if you've got a standalone website that's been created, whoever's created that for you, and if it was done in-house, could go to the UPS website and they can actually download the developer keys. Those developer keys give you access to all of our APIs, and I would need half a day to walk you through every single one of them. So there's many of them, but each one does a different function, and then you can determine which ones you want to integrate to either make it easier and more streamlined to process your shipping or to give your customers information. For example, if you were to integrate the Ship API, the Ship API integrating to your website allows that when an order comes through and you indicate that, yes, process this order, it would then talk with that API and actually spit out the label for you already if it's fully integrated. So that you don't have to then go to our site and key enter all that information again to produce a label. Streamline your process. And there's many other solutions on that site to help you. But then there's APIs that can help educate your customers. And today, customers want information. For example, a tracking API. When you process a package with UPS, you can take the tracking information and email the customer and have the customer track that on our website. And we will take care of your customer, but they're your customer. So you don't need to be sending them to our website for us to give them the information as to where their package is and when they're going to get it. You can actually, with the API for tracking, pull that exact same information we're going to share with them, but now integrate it onto your website. So when they click on that link that you sent to them with the tracking number, instead of directing it to us, have it direct to your site. You're giving them all the information they want. But the great thing about it being on your website, you can now, on perhaps the left side, have the UPS tracking information. And then on the right side, you can be selling to them, saying, Paul, thanks for buying again the product from us. By the way, if you want to buy another one, there's a 20% discount. Or refer a friend, or whatever it is that you want from a marketing perspective, you've got their attention because they're actually tracking the current order that they bought from you. So there's a lot of ways to integrate, and the tools are there. If you're utilizing e-commerce platforms, a third-party platform, all of them, especially all the larger, well-known ones like your Shopify's of the world, WooCommerce, ShipStation, Shippo, and the list goes on and on. They all have the capabilities of having our APIs bolted onto your website. Some of them will charge an additional fee for you to get access to that. Others are already included. But if you're utilizing a third party, reach out for them. Tell them that you want to look at the UPS APIs and capabilities, and they should be able to tell you what's available and how you can integrate that to either provide your customers more information or streamline your supply chain and your processing on your end. What is the largest thing you can ship with UPS? I work in a machinery and looking into transport for agricultural vehicles. Okay, so UPS has a freight division. So I don't even know if we have a limit as far as what the largest component is. In the courier environment, so even though I work for UPS, I'm on the UPS small package, the courier side. Our limit is 150 pounds per piece. And then there's a 100 and I should know this. I want to say it's 150, 160 inches in length and girth combined, which is basically measuring in inches the longest and the width around the widest part of your package. And if you add those pieces together, if it's over that measurement, then you are exceeding what can be shipped through UPS courier. But UPS Freight can definitely assist you, and we can arrange a full plane, multiple containers on an ocean freight liner, a full tractor trailer if that's required as well too. So there really is no limit unless you're talking about UPS courier, and then I've just explained what those are for you. Okay, what else do we have here? Does UPS offer services that can help you determine your margins for offering free shipping? So what we do offer online is our quotes, which is our time in transit calculator. So what's great about that tool is that you can actually go in there and enter some examples of where you're shipping from, where you're shipping to, some of the details as far as the size, the dimensions of the package, the weight of your package. And then it'll give you, especially if you log in with your ID, with your account number, it will give back to you what your cost would be with UPS and all of the different services available to that destination. Because we got different services within Canada, to the US, and around the world. So by entering that information in there and by logging in and ensuring that you're referring to your account with your discounts, it'll show you your actual cost. Knowing what that cost is will then help you determine, based on your product and what your margins are, how much of that cost, if not all of it, you can actually incorporate or cover yourself to try to keep the cost of your item low. And then if you realize that the cost is higher than what your margins are, at least you know where you can play either with what price point you're selling at, or what you can actually move the needle on as far as what you want to charge the customer and where you want to reduce on your end. So I hope I answered that question as well. I want to start shipping outside of Canada, but I'm worried I'm going to have to increase my pricing to make up for shipping increases. Do you see this happening, and by how much do people typically add to their prices to make up for shipping? So I think what I've already talked about as far as understanding your margins and price points and how you can encourage customers' behaviors online to spend more or to add more in order to pay less or have free shipping. I think it covers that. Yes, the heavier your product, the further it goes, the more it's going to cost to get it there. So, but again, the process you would go through would be the same. Okay, all right. We're all done. Thanks again for your time. Please enjoy the rest of the day, and good luck to everyone that's pitching. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon from Ontario, where I am based today. Welcome to the Canadian Export Lounge, Growth Lounge. My name is Kate Karn. I'm the Public Policy Manager at MasterCard Canada. Excited to have a conversation with you all today. So please do submit your questions via the live chat tool on the website. Just while I'm waiting for a few questions to sort of pop up, I'll give you a little bit of background on MasterCard, who we are and what we do and what we can do for you. So MasterCard is a payment technology company in the global payments industry. What we do is we connect your merchant acquirer, if you have one, if you're accepting payments, to the bank and that of the cardholder, and ensures that the transactions are processed in the blink of an eye. We're a little bit more than that, though. We do have services and cybersecurity and all kinds of solutions to support the growth of small business. One thing we're not that I want to highlight right up the top is that we're not a plastics company. So MasterCard does not issue the payment cards that have our logo on it. We're the technology that ensures it runs seamlessly on the back end. So if you have questions about interest rates, please do direct those to perhaps a Scotiabank rep in their Growth Lounge, or of course, your own business, small business banker that you can connect with. Of relevance to our discussion today, MasterCard does provide the technology that allows a business to go from local to global in a fraction of the time it used to. Whether you're selling around the world or just around the corner, we have solutions that can help you grow your business. So a couple more things, and then we'll get into the questions. One key theme, I think, of my chat today is going to be around cybersecurity for small business. When I speak with entrepreneurs at startup events like these, one thing I always want to highlight is the importance of cybersecurity for your business. So while entrepreneurs may sometimes think of cyber as an issue for banks to think about, or for payment networks or large retailers, 43% of cybercrime around the world is targeted at SMEs. It's sort of going after the weakest link of entrepreneurs that may not have the time or expertise on their own to deal with cyber. So MasterCard has a number of solutions that run on the back end to protect your business, but there are steps that you can take to enhance your own security from a cyber perspective. First thing I want to highlight is a special offer that we have through one of our subsidiaries called Risk Recon, and that's a full free external third-party cybersecurity assessment. It's available through the end of the year, the 31st of December, and you can access that by looking at riskrecon.com/offer Canada. It's 4 steps, super easy. Really encourage you to check that out. So that's a scan that can be conducted on your business to search for vulnerabilities. Another solution that we have is a partnership with the Global Cyber Alliance. That's an independent organization to develop a small business toolkit for cybersecurity. So if you go to globalcyberalliance.org and look for their small business toolkit, there are a number of best practices and videos and tips and things that you can do to enhance your own cybersecurity protection. While you're doing that, you can know that there are 5 of the main CIS controls that you can implement, and by implementing those, you can reduce your cybersecurity risk by up to 85%. So I strongly encourage you to check that out. Finally, on a slightly different note, I am going to talk about the MasterCard Start Path program. So Start Path is an accelerated program that we have for entrepreneurs. We bring in entrepreneurs from around the globe, those that apply. 5 in the past have applied and been successfully integrated from Canada, so there is that opportunity there if you're in the payment space or something sort of tangentially related to the payment space. And through the Start Path program, you get connected to MasterCard experts, mentors, and kind of go through a program to help grow your business. And then once you're done the Start Path program, MasterCard helps foster connections to some of our global customers, which can be banks, which can be large merchants, and groups like that. So it's a really compelling way that entrepreneurs can help scale their business globally. So that's at startpath.mastercard.com. I really encourage you to check that out. So that's my opening spiel. What I'm going to do now is go to some of the questions, and please do keep them coming. So, what are the benefits and risk of having more than one credit card? So that's really going to depend on the nature of your business, your risk profile, your desire to use multiple credit cards. The benefits can include having access to different reward profiles. So if you want to have cashback card or a card that gets you, for example, travel miles. If you anticipate traveling more often to visit customers once we're allowed to get on planes again on a more consistent basis, you may want to consider that. The risk, of course, is being able to keep track of where your spending is, what your deadlines are, and what you might owe to various financial institutions. So definitely, if you are going to take on more than one, make sure you have a way to consolidate that information and know what your deadlines are and what your outstanding balances are. There are apps and websites out there that can help you. So consider looking at those if you're going to take on more than one. Another thing to do would be if you are taking on more than one, or even if you're just signing up for one credit card, really do encourage you to do your research and ensure that you know about the fees that are going to be charged to you, what the payment deadlines are, the interest rate, any kind of benefits that you get. There are a number of comparison tools that you can use. One is on the website for the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. That's the FCAC. It's the Consumer Protection Organization for Canada at the federal level. And they have a really great comparison tool for various credit cards. So you can use those to find out what is best for your needs. How would you recommend navigating card security within a company? Who should get permission to use the card? Are there big mistakes companies make? So a couple things there. One, ensure that you know who has your card and who has access to it. If there is a PIN, ensure you're not sharing the PIN, because that can undermine the zero liability commitment. So it's kind of one PIN, one person from that perspective. And then there are a number, so that's on the card usage side. On the card acceptance side, there are a number of steps that you can take to secure your systems, PCI requirements that you're going to have to take. In that sense, I would strongly encourage you to talk to your acquirer, who is your merchant bank, and who can help you understand what you can do to ensure that your business is most safe. What spending trends have you seen throughout the COVID-19 pandemic? Are there any industries you've seen open up? So one thing, and kind of the most significant shift we have seen, is the shift to digital throughout the pandemic. So that is people buying online, or kind of businesses tweaking their delivery model. So you might have been a bricks and mortar store where cardholders could go, or consumers could go in and make purchases. And we've seen a number of them pivot to sort of an order ahead or order online and pick up at store solution. There are a number of really great resources out there. Digital Main Street in Toronto comes to mind, but Small Business BC is doing a lot of great work around supporting small business in their transition to digital. So I encourage you to check what they're doing. We've seen about this time of the year, we're seeing double-digit growth as compared to last year on digital payments and online payments, electronic payments. But that's actually down from earlier in the spring. We were seeing triple-digit growth. So a shift to digital, an online presence, I think is vital. I would encourage you to look at solutions that may exist now, so you're set up for the current context, and then to ensure future growth is another great way to think about it. How can MasterCard help with cyber? What specific technologies are used? So again, there's that risk recon tool that I strongly encourage you to take, and then the small business toolkit from the Global Cyber Alliance. Things that you can do, just recommendations, ensure that you're fully maximizing your PCI compliance requirements. That's big. Talk to your acquirer, look at the toolkits, make sure you're accepting EMV payments. The more up-to-date your card terminal is, the more secure it's likely to be. Contactless payments are an extremely secure way of accepting payments, and in accepting those, you are benefiting from the zero liability and liability shift that does protect business by ensuring you're EMV compliant. But training is another thing I always recommend. If you know you're more than one employee, train your employees on best practices for cybersecurity, and think of cyber as more broad than just payments. I do tend to default in my examples just to payment examples because I've worked with MasterCard for 9 years. But by its very nature, doing business in the 20th century, you're going to be online, which means you have cyber vulnerability. So it's not just on the payment side, but do you have employees working from home? Do you have email? Do you have IP or databases? Things like that. It's so much bigger than payments. So I encourage you, even if you're not in tech, even if you're not accepting payments, to very much consider the cyber security implications and how to protect your business that way. Sorry, I'm just going to scroll through. what's the biggest thing you would look for in setting up payments, because payment cybersecurity is so overwhelming? Talk to your acquirer when you're getting set up. They are going to have that one-to-one relationship with you. There's plenty of steps you can take, resources and tools like the ones I've mentioned already, but a good conversation with your acquirer will set you up well for success in understanding how to defend your business and ensure that you are adopting all the best practices. Okay. Sorry, I'm just a lot of overlapping questions on cybersecurity, which is great. It means you're taking my messages to heart, which I like to see. Spending aids we have for entrepreneurs that are still working but don't qualify for government programs or new loans. So MasterCard, by our nature, we're a B2B business, and our customers are the banks and acquirers that then you would connect to. So MasterCard Beyond the Start Path program doesn't have a lot of direct funding or grant opportunities for small businesses, but I do encourage you to check out StartPath, and then look at the phenomenal work that's being done by, for example, Business Development Bank of Canada, Export Development Canada, a lot of great work there. And then check out resources that help merchants go online. It's a really great way to transition in that sense. So in BC, Small Business BC will be a phenomenal resource for you. How can MasterCard help with cybersecurity? So I answered that one. I'm just looking in terms of credit card benefits, what would be best for an entrepreneur and how to approach this. Many credit cards today come with some form of rewards program. There are some that are just more bare bones and just offer a really great interest rate. So if that's what you're really concerned about, definitely encourage you to check that out. But consider the nature of your business, what you do, and if you were to garner rewards, how could you benefit by cutting costs for things you wouldn't have to pay for because of benefits for a card you're using anyway. So that's really a compelling offer. Be sure to use to review what the fees are, deadlines, interest rates, things like that. So shop around. Lots of great resources to help you understand what is best for your needs. The knee-jerk would obviously be just to recommend a MasterCard, but I won't do that. I will say shop around and see what works best for you. Is a credit card risky during COVID and creating issues with cash flow? So what we would say, or what I would say, is that a credit card is going to be extremely helpful if you're going to want a few extra days on float. You make your payment, then your statement comes, and then there's an interest-free grace period. It's a good way to get short-term credit access quite quickly. But again, track your spending, know what your budget is, and do your best to align to that budget. In terms of accepting, the other thing particularly of note during COVID is the payment guarantee that comes with accepting credit cards. So a cardholder comes into your store, for example, makes the payment, and then you are paid. And that's going to happen regardless of whether that cardholder is ultimately able to pay their own bill. So that's the benefit of accepting payments. Checks can bounce, but with a credit card, you're always going to get that guaranteed payment. So that's helpful. The other thing that we've seen quite an uptick is use of contactless payments. So when you go in and tap your card, and that has just allowed businesses to maximize throughput. People are spending less time at cash, so it's less risky for the cardholder, less risky for the person working the POS, and you've just got people moving through your store faster. So there's a definite benefit there. MasterCard increased the limit that you can accept a tapped payment for to $250 right at the beginning of the pandemic. So if you're accepting contactless, it's a lot safer in that sense. Sorry, just looking to see if we've got more questions. I've had a question about meeting with a MasterCard rep and figuring out an ideal plan for specific business. So again, here, just to clarify that MasterCard is the payment network. We're actually quite a small enterprise in Canada, about 150 people without really a direct sales force. So that the interaction that you would have with regard to a MasterCard would more likely come from your acquirer, and that's your merchant bank. So they're the ones that set you up with a terminal to accept payment cards. Some examples of those are Moneris, Chase Payment Tech, TD Merchant Services, and First Data. There are more. Those are just some selected examples. The other thing, of course, is to meet with a small business banker. And they would be able to also provide direct, actionable advice for you. So a small business banker, a financial planner, or the likes of BDC and EDC, who really are there for entrepreneurs in Canada. We're sort of in the background, making sure everything happens seamlessly, but not so much a front and center presence for merchants or entrepreneurs in Canada. The other thing I would say that's interesting just from a BC perspective is MasterCard does actually have quite a large presence in Vancouver, in British Columbia. We have our MasterCard Technology Center, which is where a lot of the really interesting cybersecurity work is being done. So we're really excited to have a presence in British Columbia and some engagement there. The other thing I can't stress enough is the value of startup and its communities, particularly in British Columbia. You've got Startup Vancouver, which is a phenomenal organization, and really great opportunities to connect with other entrepreneurs. We've been a partner of Startup Canada for 4 years, and I've had a lot more opportunities to connect with some of the leaders in BC. And you've got a great team there. And also, as this is North, Startup Whitehorse, also phenomenal. So great resources that you can tap into from a network perspective. Can you explain more about the Start Path program? Is it new? So Start Path is, I believe, about 4 years old now. It's a global program and accelerator. So it's a way to bring entrepreneurs in that are interested and kind of give them guidance and resources to help them grow their business. The nice thing about it is it doesn't take any equity. So there isn't really a cost. You don't kind of dilute any of your business by participating. But a really compelling program. There have been 5 Canadian companies, 1 from Vancouver, I think 3 from Toronto, and 1 from Montreal that have participated in the program globally. And so you can go to startpath.mastercard.com. There's always an application open, and we take a couple of classes of entrepreneurs a year. So a great resource for small businesses and entrepreneurs, particularly if you are in that sort of finance, fintechy space, but there are always additional use cases. So I would encourage you to check that out. Sorry, I'm just checking. So in terms of biggest risks I've seen and practices for avoiding a security breach, again, the human factor shouldn't be underestimated when it comes to cybersecurity. It's not even malicious. It's just, you're busy and you click on an attachment or a link that you don't recognize, and then it can attach malware. So really stress the importance of training, of ensuring that everybody's on the same page about the importance of cybersecurity. At MasterCard, we are trained and drilled out, almost say monthly, with a phishing program. So we're getting taught to recognize what malicious email looks like, and it can be quite anodyne. So a really good way to do that is to just ensure that your workforce and yourself are really well educated about cyber risks and steps they can take to minimize that. Sometimes it's just as simple as taking an extra minute to think about before you click on something in an unfamiliar attachment. So, but there is lots that you can do. And again, Risk Recon's tool and the Global Cyber Alliance Toolkit are going to have great resources for you to help understand and defend your business better. How do businesses in different industries or sectors handle their needs differently? Can you give examples or explain? So it might be as simple as cash flow and needing a little bit more on a short-term basis. You may want to use a credit card, or I tend to think of it in terms of rewards. So you're going to use your credit card anyway. What can you get? What additional benefit can you get out of that? So if you're going to be traveling a lot, again, I said this earlier, to visit customers when it's possible, you might want to get some additional travel rewards. Travel insurance, for example, can come standard. Some are very no frills, no rewards, but there's a really low interest rate. If you want to see some cash back, or if you're in the business of going to Costco or Loblaws quite often and want to get benefits that way, and just sort of a little bit of free groceries every month never hurt anyone. So different benefits depending on the sector. And then if you're thinking of it, for example, from an acquiring perspective, different acquirers can have different areas of expertise. So some might be more focused on small business and have better resources for that. Some might be more digitally savvy or have a bigger portfolio of businesses in that space. So just consider sort of what the nature of your business is, and then do some shopping around for your appropriate acquirer or your best card option. And one thing, when you're thinking about acquiring and accepting credit card payments, be sure to check out the code of conduct for the credit and debit card industry in Canada. And that's something that is going to apply but to all acquirers and all issuers of cards in Canada. And it gives merchants a lot of extra negotiating power, kind of levels the playing field a little bit. So I would encourage you to check that out. As my company grows, what should I be doing in terms of credit to set my growing company up for success? Any tips appreciated? So there you're going to want to look at, maybe you weren't using a credit card before. Do you want to use one now? Do you want to move into a P card scenario that would reduce the number of checks you have to write, because checks can be quite expensive, things like that. And when you're considering that, do talk to your financial advisor or a small business banker at one of the banks who would be able to give you a lot of good guidance in that sense. So just while I'm checking to see if there are any more questions, because I think I've done most of the ones that have come through, but great questions. Thank you for asking them. I'm going to remind you about StartPath. So that's startpath.mastercard.com. I'm going to remind you about our Risk Recon offer, riskrecon.com/Canada. And the Small Business Toolkit, it's at globalcyberalliance.org. A quick Google will also get you there, but some really useful tools. Another thing I'm just thinking of, and this comes up to thinking about budgets. And so make sure you have one, and make sure you have a good tool that helps you track it, money coming in, money coming out, what you want, what you need. There is a MasterCard program globally. It's called Master Your Card, and that has all kinds of great resources in terms of card use budgets, cyber protections, best practices for shopping around for your acquirer. So I definitely also encourage you to check that out. All right, and so I am coming up on time. Thank you so much for your time, attention, and engaged questions, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us in the EDC Growth Lounge. I am Melanie Carter. I'm EDC's Knowledge Partnership Lead. And joining me today is my colleague Emiliano Intercasso. He's an export advisor and a Certified International Trade Professional, or CITP. So I hope you enjoyed the EDC Fit workshop that he presented earlier today. And if you have specific questions about the workshop or about the subjects that he discussed in that workshop, or about the EDC programs, we're here to answer all of your questions. So before we start with the first question, let me quickly give you highlights of who we are here at EDC. So our mission is quite simple. I mean, we help Canadian companies go, grow, and succeed internationally. So we also help companies of all sizes, whether they are small or large, and regardless of the industry or the sector that they're in. So we also support different type of exporters, and we kind of categorize them in three categories. So the first one is what we call the classic exporter. So that's the one who's, you know, packing goods in a box and shipping them across borders. So that's the direct exporter. The second exporter is the service exporter, right? So the one that has international buyers, but that doesn't ship anything across those borders. And then the third category that is less known to individuals is those who are what we call indirect exporters. So that's when you're actually selling goods to a Canadian company that then on-sells the majority of the products to international to the international market. That's our third category. But most recently, because of the COVID situation, EDC's mandate actually expanded, and many of our solutions are now available to all Canadian business owners, whether they are exporters or not, and that will be until the end of 2021. So we do know that taking your business to the next level is challenging. And so our sole purpose is to guide you as you navigate the complexities of global markets. We're here to support you every step of the way. And depending on where you are in your exporting journey, we do have different ways that we can help you along the way. So earlier in your journey, you'll find that our knowledge solutions will help you make informed business decisions. So we have a variety of publications and tools, webinars, obviously international trade training, which you've heard of from Emiliano before via the workshop. And we have free advisory services to help guide you. And then when you win that very first international contract with B2B, then we can help you ensure that you actually get paid on that contract. And then as you continue to grow, when you're actually working with the commercial segment of the bank, a variety of different financial solutions become available to you. So on that, we will jump in with the very first question that we have received today. And Emiliano, I'm going to turn it to you. So somebody is a woman-owned entrepreneur, and she's wondering if there's different resources that are available at EDC for that type of a business.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Melanie, for that. And yeah, our export help team can help you with that. We have resources to send you specifically, depending on the province you're doing your business in, that are specifically for women-owned or women-led businesses. And there's associations like that can also help you, connect with other women entrepreneurs to learn more about their struggles and the different way of doing businesses, as well as the information that we can provide in terms of like grants and support for women-owned or women-led businesses. Our team, the export help team, which is where I'm sitting with, usually we get a lot of questions about different products or different specific solutions that we can provide you with, such as market research, knowing about trade regulations and so forth. So grants, for example, is one of our biggest questions that we get. And so what we do is we look at your company profile and we provide you specific government funding programs that are tailored to your particular situation, and also based on your province as well, because every province has different programs as well, so that we can provide you with that information.
That's excellent. Thanks, Emiliano. Actually, you talked about the export help team. So maybe I'll ask you to expand on that and give a better description of what that services is, because it is a free product, a free tool, and people would certainly benefit from it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we help companies from all sizes. We help our customers and also customers that are just starting. And what we do is we take your question, we look at your company profile, we look at your specific concern that you have when it's supposed to be specifically trade related. And what we do is we analyze it, and we, with a group of expert advisors, we actually take a look at everything, provide you with a package that you get, which saves you some time into going through all the different resources that are available in the exporting ecosystem. So if you're looking for, let's say, going into Mexico, and you're in a particular industry, we will be giving you specific information about that. And then when you get our email, the only thing you need to do is click on the different links and learn and get all that knowledge and intelligence that your business deserves for expansion.
Mm-hmm. Very good. I'll point out that the best way to access all of those knowledge tools that I discussed earlier is by creating yourself an EDC account, right? So when you go on edc.ca, there's an area where you can actually create yourself a profile. It's called My EDC, and basically behind that account of yours lives a whole lot of premium content. So obviously there's tons of information on edc.ca, but there's premium information or tools available on that My EDC account. So the Export Help team is actually one solution that's available there. Their answers are super comprehensive. There's great information there. The only hick, I guess, is what I would say, Emiliano, you agree with me, is that if your question is one that you need an answer for immediately, they do take a while to be able to get to your answer, right? It might take 3, 4, sometimes 5 business days, depending on how long the queue of questions is on that team. So what they've done is that they've developed, we at EDC have developed a tool where the questions that are coming back often now live in a digital tool so that you can actually search it yourself and see, once you type in your question, see the most relevant answers that have been provided on that topic. So sometimes that's more than enough for you to actually be able to, move on and move forward in your journey. And if not, if you don't find what you're looking for, well, the good news is that right there in that tool, you also have access to the Export Help team, to individuals who are actually going to manually be working on your request. So it's a pretty cool, a pretty neat way to access EDC with all the very cool trade knowledge that we've accumulated in the 75 years of doing just international trade.
And with the My EDC account as well, they have access to all their trade tools that we call the company insights, for example, that allow a company to conduct due diligence. And it has the specific process that we at EDC use to conduct our own due diligence when we're extending insurance or credit to companies. And there's also, for those companies looking for shipping providers, that is called EDC Enlist. And you basically filter for the country that you're going to, the industry, the specific
type of product you have,
service, and the service that you need. And then the system will actually give you a list of different companies that have been already pre-vetted by CIFA, which is the Canadian International Freight Forwarding Association. So cool tools there that you can trust.
Just a few examples of the information that lives behind that account. So next question. What specific support does EDC have for earlier, smaller companies? I thought most of the services were for bigger companies that might be more established. Would love any specific support. I'm very new in business. Okay, thanks for your question. So indeed, in the past years, you probably would have read a lot of news or press releases on the big deals that EDC has done for large multinational companies. And in fact, it's true, we do that. But the reality is that I think over 80% of our customer base are small and medium-sized companies. Like I said before, there's kind of a journey, right? Earlier on in the beginning, when you don't yet have a contract outside of Canada, there's very little that we can do except for providing you with the knowledge to help you take on that journey, right? And part of that knowledge is understanding how to mitigate the risks associated with exporting, right? There's a lot of risks that are different when you're actually moving outside of Canada and expanding outside our borders for the first time. So we point those risks out for you, and we tell you how to mitigate those risks. So it's all within the learning and the knowledge space that we can help you in the very beginning. But then as soon as you have your very first contract, as I was saying, as long as it's B2B, if you want to be competitive, sometimes your buyer will ask you for payment terms. And I guess the best way for me to describe this is to give you an example. So a couple of years ago, we met a skincare company, organic skincare, and we actually met them through startup. I believe it was in year one of the Canadian Export Challenge. So that company had seen some success in selling via e-commerce, doing B2C, and then eventually some retailers showed some interest. So some retailers in the beginning were, making very, very small orders, just kind of to test out the product. So they were willing to pay up front, but eventually, as those retailers were seeing nice sales from the products, they wanted to have larger orders. And with that, they wanted payment terms. So they were saying, other skincare providers or skincare manufacturers are actually giving me 30 days to pay. I'm expecting you to do the same. So the risk with that is that you want to be competitive. You want to have that large order. However, if you ship, $5,000 or more worth of goods across the borders, and you cross your fingers to get paid 30 days later, I mean, there is definitely a risk there, right? So there's due diligence that you can do on that buyer. And as Emiliano mentioned earlier, Company Insight allows you to understand how to do that thorough due diligence on buyers. But also, we have credit insurance. So the credit insurance program basically allows you to have the peace of mind that if you don't get paid by your buyer because they're having cash flows issues, or maybe because they're actually going through bankruptcy, EDC would cover 90% of your loss. And the good thing about that program is that it's quite flexible. So you could choose in the beginning to only insure one program at a time, or one contract at a time, or one buyer at a time. Or if you're actually seeing success already in the US and you have, quite a few buyers, you might actually be interested in looking at the portfolio credit insurance, which is basically insuring all of your international sales. So that program, credit insurance, is available for you, like I said, from the moment you have an export contract. Because even if you're very new and you're a very early company, our risk lies on your buyer, right? So as long as your buyer has some history and credit and shows credit worthiness, we'll be able to help you. It has nothing to do with your actual business. So we're there to protect you in that instance.
Yes, and Melanie, I should add that this actually company is a success story from BC. And they also have reached out to me at some point regarding export pricing. And so we provided them with a specific tools to help them build their export pricing. And one of the things I noticed on their profile is that they had applied for the insurance. So I did mention to our contact there that she should consider including the cost of the insurance in the costing sheet, so that she could recoup the cost of receivables insurance in the pricing that they were charging to the customer. So that allowed them to extend the price, the terms, right, for their product, plus also get the peace of mind at the same time.
Absolutely, exactly. That's a great strategy. Absolutely. Emiliano, somebody is in machinery manufacturing and they're actually looking to start exporting for the first time, and they're not sure where to start. So what would be your advice on that?
So depending on which country they're going to be going to, obviously research the market and also find out exactly if their product that they are manufacturing is going to be good for their market. Because sometimes, we as business person, we put an idea in our head and then we want to go with it. But what if the market that you're thinking of going is not the right market? So I usually tell clients, don't feel bad that you did all this research to find out that this is not your right market, because at the end of the day, you would have wasted your time and money, right, going there. So if that company wants to reach out to our team, we can provide them with the specific resources for that as well.
Mm-hmm. So somebody else is asking here whether or not, given the US is our neighbor, whether it's the no-brainer first start. Is it expected that Canadian companies should go into the US first? What's your thought on that?
It's not that we'd expect it, but because we're close to the US, the cultural aspects are very similar. Language barriers are not there. Transportation costs are relatively low into going to the particular market. That is sort of the de facto or default country where most companies might potentially go. However, we have to also acknowledge that the Canadian government have been working on a lot of free trade agreements. And we now updated CUSMA, but there's also the agreement with the European Union, CETA, or the CPTPP with all the Pacific Alliance countries, right? So don't discard other markets just because you're thinking, the easy or the fastest way for me to expand is going to Europe, to the US, because maybe your product might not be necessarily, suitable for the US, right? Maybe when you're looking at your potential leads, they might all be coming from like European countries. So maybe that could be another trigger of why to choose that potential market. So take advantage of the free trade agreements. The government spent a lot of time and money, dealing with them and drafting them. So the Canadian companies can take advantage of them. So and also there's other countries that have done deals directly with Canada. So for example, Peru has a free trade agreement. Costa Rica has a free trade agreement. Israel has a free trade agreement. So don't just go to the US just as a default, only if you have that market, but also don't forget about the rest of the world, I would say, to diversify yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And on that, I guess I'll add that, a lot of people think of the US and they're saying, I'm going to start selling to the US. You really need to consider that the US is actually multiple different markets, not just one whole market, right? The cultures are different depending on if you're looking at the, Northeast or Southwest, or it is very different, and sometimes there is some adaptation that you need to consider, different risks that you need to consider. So that's one more reason why you really need to do the due diligence and research your market, because that's when you would actually find that your product is maybe more appropriate for one piece of the mosaic of the US, and maybe not the whole thing, right?
Mel, I don't know if you can see this question is coming through like the YouTube channel, and it says, does EDC provide any kind of training on export finance? So I can actually refer for those of you who might not have watched the workshop yet. We partner with FIT, the Forum for International Trade Training. And in the workshop, I mentioned a specific FIT Skills Light units that you can download. They take about an hour to read, and there's a lot of different topics there. So one of them is export finance. So you will be able to review that in under 1 hour. At least you have that knowledge right away. And so the other question here that we have is, how do I know if I reach out to EDC or the TCS? So the TCS is being the Trade Commissioner Service. And we do offer export help on both, agencies. What I will suggest in terms of like when to decide where, EDC, we can provide you the knowledge that you might need to be able to say, let's say, build an export plan. And once you have built your export plan, you have research your market and everything, take that export plan and then approach the Trade Commissioner Service so that they can help you further. They have in-market trade commissioners that can actually do a deep dive into the market. They can also connect you with potential buyers there if there's a match. So that's more or less how I would describe the two different agencies of the Government of Canada.
And to loop back to the FIT Skills Light, the resources that are taken directly from the acclaimed FIT program, we talked about commercial risks before and how to really understand them, especially when you're actually going out of selling outside of Canada for the first time. There is one unit that is specifically referring to all the different types of commercial risks that you should consider. So there's one on international or cash flow for international sales. There's one on the commercial risks, the one you were referring to. There's, I believe, like how to find your best next market. So there's really good intel there. And again, when you have a My EDC account, those free resources become available to you.
And also for those companies that are joining us from BC that are, let's say, tech companies or export service companies, there is the international property unit that is very important. A lot of companies do not consider intellectual property as one of the risks. So, also takes just 1 hour of your time, read it. And then if you want more information, you can also take a workshop specifically on IP that FIT also provides. And I think you could use the discount for it. don't quote me if you can't. Okay.
That's great. Okay, so a question here asks how to apply for EDC's credit insurance program and whether or not it's guaranteed. So they'd love to know more. So thank you very much for your question. So I don't know if there's still room today, but as part of the Canadian Export Challenge, there's actually an opportunity to book one-on-ones, right? So Emiliano and I here are giving you like general information on the different programs, but when you actually book your one-on-one, it allows you to ask, you know, specific eligibility for you and where you are actually at in terms of your journey. So if you haven't had a chance, please go ahead and book a one-on-one to speak with one of our advisors. Jordan is actually on the line waiting for you. So that's the first way to apply. They'll guide you through the process. It's an online application actually. But if you can't book a one-on-one meeting today because, you know, maybe we're at capacity or maybe you just don't have the time, the other way to go about it is I'm going to give you a phone number here. It's the 1-800-229-0575. Again, 1-800-229-0575. And by calling this number, you actually have a chance to speak directly with one of our advisors who are going to, you know, pose a bunch of questions and understand what your needs are and determine what is the best product for you to use at this time. So, and then you're asking whether or not the insurance is guaranteed. Well, it's a really good question. So obviously, when you become a policyholder, like a credit insurance policyholder, it comes with a policy, right? So there's a bunch of things that you need to action and ensure that you do to ensure that you actually are covered. And I'm going to give you an example. So as part of your policy, going back to what I was saying before, if you have an order of $5,000 to ship to a retailer, what you would do is as part of that platform, you would request a credit limit of $5,000 on a specific buyer. So what EDC would do is we would actually work in the background to verify the status of that company without calling them directly. They would never know, don't worry. And we would authorize or not the $5,000 credit limit on that company. So if we don't authorize the $5,000, that's actually a great piece of advice that EDC is giving you. It's telling you we're seeing something that you might not be aware of, or there's actually no information on this company out there. And so you would want to actually mitigate that risk of non-payment by at least asking for an advance payment that covers your cost, or maybe asking for full payment up front. But when we do approve the credit limit of $5,000 on your buyer, then all of a sudden, it means that you can ship up to that amount. And if they can't pay, then we would cover you 90% of that loss. So is it guaranteed? Well, obviously, like I said, there's some things that you need to action because you are a policyholder and there are duties that you must respect as a policyholder. But if you take all of that into account and we walk you through it, don't worry, so that you really understand, then yes, it is quote unquote guaranteed, I guess I could say.
There is just one question here that came through the YouTube channel as well that says, what are the most common mistakes startups make when they first starting to export? So I think it's perfect to answer in this particular situation because a lot of the startups are here, right? What I will say in very quickly way, because we're almost out of time, is know your market, know your product inside out. Because sometimes what happens is startups, want to go to many different markets at the same time without kind of going through the step-by-step process of selecting the right market for the product. Also, not knowing things. And as I said on the workshop and also before a little bit before here, use those fit skills like units to learn because those are available to you. You don't have to pay for them. Get that ammunition, so that when you go and talk to partners such as government agencies or even like private companies such as freight forwarder or customs broker, at least you have that knowledge that will allow you to succeed. I think the startups have a great idea. Sometimes they think they can do it all on their own, but the whole reason we have all these partners, all the different agencies supporting this event, and even the ones that are at the provincial level that might not be involved in the event right now, are there to support you. So in BC, you have Trade and Invest BC, that is one of them that can actually provide you with support when you're exporting. as well. So another great agency there in BC.
Yeah, absolutely. Reach out at any time, ask your questions. There's never a silly question, right? We want to support you in your success in going international for the first time, or diversifying yourself if you're only in one market outside of Canada. And on that, I will thank you very much for being part of the Growth Lounge with us today. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the program with CXC. Have a great day, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour à tous. I hope that you enjoyed your last session with EDC. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. C'est un plaisir d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. My name is Serena Ko. I'm a trade commissioner out of our Vancouver office, the Pacific Regional Office here. Je m'appelle Serena Ko. Je suis une déléguée commerciale dans notre bureau Pacifique ici à Vancouver. I'm really excited to be with you guys today. I know we've been rolling this event out across Canada. Here at the Vancouver office, we serve companies in the BC, Yukon region. I'm joined today by my colleague, Erin Kim, who's supporting me on the chat box and will be responding to you guys at lightning speed with resources and links and answers for the questions that might be coming in today. Just a quick note on the TCS, the Trade Commissioner Service. Some of you might have already listened to our workshop that was delivered by our great colleague, Cassandre Marcelin. We are here to essentially help Canadian startups, SMEs, companies all along their export journey. We're here for info, on the ground market intelligence, funding programs, helping to serve you through our network of thousands of trade commissioners in 160 cities. And we're here to also troubleshoot any problems that might arise along the way. And with that, I will get to today's live questions. All right, so question here. Can you provide more information on how my company can apply for TCS funding and support programs such as CanExport SME? That's a great question, and that's actually one that we really like to answer because it's a really proactive action on our part. The best thing to do is to link up with a trade commissioner in a regional office, depending where you are. Feel free to contact myself, my colleague Erin Kim. We have a great team here who can walk you through the application process for CanExport SME. This is a funding program housed within the Trade Commissioner Service that looks to de-risk some of the market entry, international marketing activities that you might be thinking of doing. Traditionally, it did help to pay for a lot of business travel, trade shows, conferences, conference fees. At the moment, because of travel restrictions, we've definitely changed the program a little bit to allow for virtual participation for trade shows and conferences. So please contact us and we're happy to walk you through the process. Awesome. Next question. What is a trade mission or event? That is a really good question as well. And the answer to that is really interesting given the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, in pre-pandemic times, it would have been a large conference where we gather a group of companies, usually within the same industry, same block, and we have a colleague in a foreign market that will also be recruiting a group of companies or stakeholders that have a direct interest in our group of companies. And so we help to facilitate B2B meetings, potential partnership conversations, and sometimes knowledge sharing and swapping. So that is a traditional trade mission or event. Nowadays, we've adapted our programming to be virtual. So we have a lot of virtual B2Bs, virtual trade missions, which is really interesting that we can still make these kind of warm introductions and connections, even though we're all sitting in the comfort of our living room. Awesome. Next question. All right, my company produces a consumer-ready food product, and I'm thinking of entering the US market. What advice would you have for me? That's a really good question. I think this was from Phil. Our typical industries don't include agri-food products, agriculture. What I would refer you to is our trade commissioner colleagues within Agri-Food Agriculture Canada, AAFC. They are specifically geared to help companies like yourself in terms of penetrating new markets, understanding whether your food product would be competitive, and following guidelines in the international market that you're trying to enter. Awesome. All right. Next question. Super great question. How do I determine which tariff might apply to my product? For this one, definitely a couple of good resources here. Number one, tarifffinder.ca, which I believe Aaron is going to put right into the chat box at the moment, if he hasn't already. And it is a perfect search function website, easy to navigate. You can use your HS code for your product or use, there's a word search, so a keyword search. So either way, you'll be able to figure out your product's HS code and figure out the tariff, which is the tax that is levied against your product in a foreign market. And you'll be able to see the tariff level per market. Of course, that is the first way one of the easiest ways to figure out your tariff. Another way, of course, is to link up with a customs broker professional. Awesome question. Thank you. All right. Next question. How have border closures, et cetera, due to COVID-19 impacted international trade? Super good question, and it's definitely one that we've been addressing and that we continue to address and sort of adapt our practices and adapt the way that we advise our clients. I will say that COVID-19 has impacted the way that we provide advice to our clients. What we do is we caution clients to be extremely diligent, understand where your supply chain is more reliable or not so reliable, figuring out, does your product have a new tariff, or is there a new border closure that might impact the way that your product enters and exits a particular zone? COVID-19 has really exacerbated issues that were already present to begin with in international trade. And so extra diligence, extra time, a lot of verification is what we definitely advise on. Another way that we're advising clients is, if appropriate, to look at e-commerce solutions. One of the things that we at the Trade Commissioner Service have been developing for our clients is a series of webinars on e-commerce. And I believe that Erin will also be able to share a couple of links to some of our upcoming programming. But we've been able to deliver some webinars on key know-how on how to use Alibaba, Shopify, Tmall. Our upcoming webinars are for Instagram, Facebook, and Amazon. So really looking forward to those. And I highly recommend these webinars to clients who are looking to also diversify their e-commerce networks. Awesome question. All right. Next question. Do you also provide advice regarding compliance, for example, when dealing with sanctioned countries? Yes, indeed we do. So within our office, we have dedicated officers with the know-how to help guide you through the steps of exporting with either a country that is listed on a sanctions list or a particular product or good that might appear on a sanctions list. We work very closely with our colleagues in Ottawa to make sure that you have the most up-to-date information, that you are hitting all the administrative steps that you would need to take, so that when you're dealing with a product that is a little bit, I would say a little bit trickier to export, that you are in full compliance and that it goes as smoothly as possible. Thank you very much for that question, Jane. Awesome. All right. Hello. How does the partnership system work? Do you work with both the supplier and client, aka person in Canada and the company overseas? That's a really interesting question as well. As I said before, we have a network of over 1,000 trade commissioners in over 160 cities worldwide. Here in Canada, we have 6 regional offices. As I said, I'm in the Pacific Regional Office here in Vancouver. We also have across the prairies, Ontario, Quebec, Atlantic provinces. And so what we do is, here in Canada at the regional offices, we liaise directly with you, the Canadian client. And abroad, we have our trade commissioners and our locally engaged staff who are recruiting contacts, meeting with the local ecosystem stakeholders, regulators. And so it's through this sort of connection between us at the regional office and colleagues abroad that we can work with both the company in Canada and, say, a potential manufacturer partner in a given international market. Really great question. Thank you. All right. Are there any regional networking events by the TCS? Yes. As I said before, with some of our e-commerce workshops, this is something that we really took a lot of time and effort to put together a comprehensive program for virtual events. Since we cannot meet in person and with social distancing rules in each province, it was very important for us to figure out a way to continue networking, connecting with clients, helping clients connect with partners and businesses abroad, and doing it in a very safe way. So we'll definitely have, we have some events coming up. The webinars are a great place. Please talk to your local trade commissioner for any kind of recent conferences that might be coming up. We'd like to also have virtual booths where you can talk to us again one-on-one and hopefully talk to other conference participants. Thank you very much. All right. Where are most people exporting from Canada to? Good question, Mark. Definitely the U.S. is our main trading partner. 75% of our exports hit the U.S. market from our last year's statistics. It is, of course, an interesting market, large population. One of the best ways to potentially start thinking about exporting to the US would be using our Can Export program, which has, of course, the SME branch, also has the Can Export Innovation Program. And that's a program to essentially de-risk some of the activities when pursuing a new partnership, a new innovation partnership, I should say, with an American partner. And taking a look at, what parts of America are you interested in exporting to, be it the Northeast, West Coast, Southern US, or Midwest. We have offices with trade commissioners in all four corners of the US to help our clients out. Thank you. Okay. All right, so I do have a data analytics question here. Are there any data analytics to show import and export products, materials? What are the most imponderable items within Canada or each province? Percentages, statistics. Yes, of course, these are very important statistics to have. I understand that this is the kind of information that you would like to have when you're doing due diligence, getting market intelligence, figuring out how you're competitive in Canada and abroad. I will redirect you to a couple of resources. Number one, definitely take a look at our Statistics Canada webpage. We have a lot of our publicly available data there. In an easier sort of one-stop shop report, I would redirect you as well to the recently published Canada State of Trade report that came out not too long ago. And you'll definitely find all of our export statistics and visualized data there. Thank you very much. Okay, question from Logan. Does the TCS specialize in certain sectors? Good question. We actually cover a wide range of sectors here at the Trade Commissioner Service. I myself, on a day-to-day, cover clean tech, specifically hydrogen fuel cells and smart grid technologies, but we do cover a range of hard sciences like life sciences, information communication technologies, all the way to cultural industries like education, culture, and quite a range. The only thing that we will refer you away from us would be if you are an agriculture or agri-food company. That is a specialized sector with our friends at AAFC. Thank you very much. Okay, next question. Does the TCS also provide assistance to companies looking to raise capital? That is a really, really interesting question. And that's one that doesn't get asked often enough, I would say. And the answer is yes, we do provide assistance to companies that are looking to raise capital. I have a wonderful colleague here at the Vancouver office. Her name is Ramneet. She provides a wide range of services, mostly advisory, and also linking you up to initiatives that we may have with our colleagues in the US. And linking you up with opportunities. And also, we produce an annual deal book. The Trade Commissioner Service has an initiative to link together a portfolio of companies looking to raise capital every year. And so I think that would be the first place to look at if you are interested in having our help to help you raise capital. Thank you. How does Can Export work, and can anyone apply? This is a question by Emil. How does Can Export work? As I said before, it is a funding program that is a cost-sharing program, 75 cents to 25-cent cost sharing, in terms of de-risking your international marketing activities that you would take to enter a new market. What does that actually mean? What kind of activities does it actually cover? Well, number one, and probably most interesting for maybe this audience here would be, we do cover some conference fees for virtual trade shows. We are able to cover some fees related to IP protection, We're able to cover costs related to market intelligence consultants. There's definitely some rules on how to apply, but you know what? The best thing to do is, of course, speak with the trade commissioner. Talk to us about your business. We'd love to understand where you'd like to go and how we can best structure your application so that it's a success. And I'll refer you again to the chat box on the Can Export program. Take a look. There's a really comprehensive applicant's guide. But of course, if you have any questions, we're always here to answer. Thank you very much, Emile. Okay, another question here. All right, what are the top ways the Trade Commissioner Service how is supporting entrepreneurs and startups through the pandemic? Really good question. That was one that we as a team had to come together and really evaluate how we were delivering our programs, how we were delivering our advice, how we were connecting our clients with our resources abroad, given the fact that the pandemic situation was very different all across the world. I would say right now, the best thing that we do for our clients is helping them look over, their supply chains, helping them understand any kind of new regulatory framework. Is there information that is hard to gather here in Canada that our colleagues abroad can provide a better update on? It's more these advisory services, and then followed by how, if you are eligible for Can Export, how can we formulate a better Can Export project for you so that you can get some funding and still be able to penetrate new markets while travel restrictions are in play. So definitely can't stress enough to have a chit chat with us. We're pretty friendly as an office, and definitely would like to have a lot of follow-up conversations with folks here on the line. Awesome. All right. So Andrea, are there any expert export advisors who specialize in clean tech? So happy to get this question. As I said earlier, I'm part of the clean tech team here in Vancouver. We're 3 folks here on the clean tech team, and we serve everything from wastewater remediation, hydrogen fuel cell, as I said earlier, renewable technologies, smart grid companies. We're always happy to have a conversation. We are very keyed in with our clean tech officers abroad, and it's one of the very active networks, I would say, in the Trade Commissioner Service. We have very passionate clean tech officers in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, and also, of course, in the USA. And we're always coming up with new initiatives, be it the accelerator programs that we have, virtual trade shows and conferences that we're putting together. Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully, I'd love to hear from you, Andrea. Jane, does the TCS provide any kind of training on export/finance? The answer is yes, absolutely. Other than, conversations where we could provide tailored advice for you, Jane. Another really good resource is to actually create a My TCS account. And I think Erin's going to pop that link right into the chat box here in terms of signing yourself up to the TCS sort of platform. We have a lot of virtual resources. We have export guides. We have an export one-on-one how-to document, which I take is actually quite lengthy just because there's so many factors that you need to take into account when exporting to different markets. I believe that through the Trade Commissioner website, we also have market profiles for different countries, and sometimes we even have sector profiles that are available for you as a company to take a look at as you sort of come. Oh, I'm getting a time warning here. But yes, please take a look at the TCS account. As I said earlier, please We'd love to have conversations one-on-one with companies here in BC and Yukon. It was a pleasure to be with you all today. I'd like to thank Erin Kim, my colleague, who's been in the chat box. Your questions have been super thoughtful today, and I'd love to connect with as many of you as possible. Please write us at the Pacific inbox that we'll throw into the chat box as well. You can get in touch with me. My name is Serena Ko, and have a great rest of the event. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Srishti, an international growth lead at Google, and I'm very excited to introduce you to the Market Finder tool. Market Finder lets you do weeks of research in a matter of seconds and then helps you get your products to customers across new countries. Find it now at g.co/marketfinder, and I'll walk you through a demo right now. Export has a lot of aspects and dimensions. This is why businesses find it tricky to get started. What Market Finder does is simplify the export journey into 3 simple steps: finding target markets with opportunity, setting up your operations, and marketing yourself successfully abroad. It also houses over 200 in-depth articles, country guides, and case studies to help you along the way. Let's jump to step 1, sizing actual opportunity. The first step is to enter your website on the welcome screen. This helps Google understand your business or service better. Next, you see a few suggested category keywords. We pull these from over 3,000 product categories translated across 55 languages, so the reach is truly global. You can choose up to 5 relevant categories to your business. If something doesn't seem right to you, you can always remove or add a category that you feel fits your business better. Here we go. Market Finder with one click is now telling us the markets with the highest potential. You can also hover over each of these market suggestions on the map for more country-specific insights. Market Finder suggests these markets along with their respective insights through a weighted ranking of the following metrics. Number 1, monthly average searches seen on Google. Number 2, Google Ads average recommended bid, which is an indicator of online competition. The higher the competition, the higher the recommended bid typically. 3, ease of doing business ranking. How easy is it to do business in a new market based on regulations, bureaucracy, etc.? And finally, number 4, net disposable income. We use that to balance the fact that some countries with a large volume of queries may not have the same propensity to buy online as others. These are the 3 markets recommended by the tool, but there is so much more. You can now get more insights related to these markets by clicking here and signing up. All you need to do is add a few required details, let us know if you need email updates, check the privacy policy box, and click up on Sign Up with Google. Your profile is now ready. We're led to a screen where we see the initial markets that were highlighted based on the 4 metrics I discussed. However, as you scroll down, you can see other markets that you can add and compare. Sometimes you might already be considering a few countries, so you can add them right here. Once you selected the markets you want to focus on, you can now dig deeper into a single country. Here, we can compare more than 40 metrics across 7 categories, such as country profile, economic profile, and purchase behavior. Market Finder gives you macroeconomic insights for the market as well as consumer preferences, which really helps paint the overall picture. I really like this section under the country profile section. An important, very, very extremely important factor it highlights is the languages spoken in different countries. As you can see, English is spoken in all 4 countries, but it's not the preferred language in Germany. Facts like these are very important to exporters before they consider launching their product in the new market. You want to make sure that your website, product packaging, etc., is localized to your potential customer's language. What I love about this tool is how it gets the top 3 important aspects to entering a new market right on the overview page. So you can not only understand the growth and competition for your category in a market, but also understand how easy it will be for you to enter it. We source this information from Google internal data, as well as reputable third-party sources like the World Bank. All right, so we have doubled down on a few priority markets. Now, how do we make sure our products are accessible to the consumer? This section helps you provide a seamless experience for your customers by adapting your business operations to the needs of the market. Part 2 of the Market Finder's 3 Steps program is to help you plan your operations across 6 key pillars that are most important to nail before we start exporting. Businesses typically struggle the most with understanding how to adapt your operations And Market Finder is here to simplify the process for you by helping you understand how ready you are to adapt, providing lots of literature, and connecting you to premier partners who will assist your business in getting you there. The 6 key pillars are localization, payments, customer care, logistics, talent recruitment, and tax and legal. Let's dig deeper into a few of these to see what type of information they provide. First up, payments. Market Finder helps you compare the preferred payment methods across your chosen markets. As you can see here, cards are a popular form of payment across all 3 countries, but German consumers also prefer e-wallet and bank transfer. That shows that if you're in Germany, you have to ensure that you provide those payment methods. Otherwise, consumers who love your products and want them will unfortunately not be able to pay for them using their preferred means of banking. Once you've narrowed down the payment methods you want to incorporate on your website, Market Finder lets you find suitable payment providers in your shortlisted markets who can be contacted via the partner referral function. Another important operation is localization, adapting your language and verbiage to match your target customers across different countries. Over 40% of businesses find localization of websites to be prohibitive for growth. But at the same time, over 70% of consumers spend their time on websites in their native language. Localization is key to winning the hearts of your customers. This resource helps you understand the value of localizing your online content, as well as strategies you can adopt to make it easy. The localization readiness quiz helps you understand what sort of resources your business needs to lean on based on your current format and structure. We also have over 30 country guides for your research needs. These are customized for each market and have a wealth of actionable data you can leverage to make localization decisions. Now that we've adapted our payments and content, how do we make sure our products reach customers quickly and seamlessly? Our country guides are clear and informative and equip you with all that you need to know before you ship your products to a new country. Market Finder also lets you find suitable logistics service providers in that country to make matters easy. Now the final step, marketing your business, aka getting your customers to know you and love you. This is the next significant step towards the global journey of your business. In this section, we have a wide range of content about marketing from a global perspective, guides, articles, case studies, etc., tailored strategically for your targeted export markets. We start with defining a global marketing strategy and adopting different SEM tactics like search, display, or video advertising, all based on your current brand presence and competition. Finally, we have tools to help measure the performance and success of your campaigns. If you scroll to the very bottom of the global marketing strategy section, you'll see a list of free tools and resources provided by Google to help you up-level your knowledge and even launch surveys to reach your target market. Finally, we understand that 2020 has been a year of unprecedented changes and businesses have had to work overtime to get back into the groove. We are here to help you navigate these uncertain times and make the most of available resources. Market Finder offers resources to understand how consumers are behaving currently and how your businesses can pivot to pockets of opportunity. That's a wrap for the demo. Please make sure to visit g.co/marketfinder to experience the tool yourself. I will now be taking questions from the audience. Fire away. One of the questions I get often is, if you had a startup getting ready to go global, how would you personally use Google's tools to ensure success? One of the ways I think about this is starting with your website. Since you have a website, I definitely would go to the Google Search Console, a completely free product to help improve your website experience, your ranking on Google, really make your website shine, and learn from other webmasters around to see what they have been doing. And you can even fix issues using the Google Search Console. Once we have used that, I definitely would use the Market Finder tool to understand not just the new markets that I want to enter, but also the lay of the land of my home country. I feel like it's a really, really great resource to get not only macro information about the different countries that I'm in, but also understand the consumer behavior, purchase behavior, what my customers are doing online. Are they using mobile devices? Are they using computers? Little details like that that make a big, big difference in how you're creating your website or marketing yourself. Market Finder also helps with planning your resources and utilizing the different tools available to understand what's most important to you. So if you have all the resources available, by all means, make sure your payments, your logistics, your localization, all of it is customized to the experience that your customers are looking for. However, Market Finder also helps you prioritize, like using the localization readiness quiz to understand how ready your business is to adopt or make a big change. And if not, what are the different material you can use to make an easy decision and to make an easy change to your website. Is Market Finder a completely free tool, or do you have to pay for additional features or services? Market Finder is completely free from start to end. The only thing it takes from you is a little bit of manpower and adding your website in there and just going through all the tabs and learning. But yeah, absolutely free. And even the referrals to the different partners that we provide are completely free. Can you explain a bit about the country purchasing habit category? How does this work and where does this information come from? Typically, the purchasing behavior, depending on what subsection of information you're looking at, comes from one of the two resources, either Google internal data, where we're able to find the different devices that customers are on, or the amount of time taken in the purchase journey, all of which is available via analytics or via Google to us. In terms of some of the more macro information or macro statistics, we do source information from the World Bank. One thing to note here is any information that's from google.com is updated every 35 days. So it's very fresh and it's always accurate, reflecting what's happening right now in the industry. Some of the third-party places we take our information from, we refresh it as and when we receive new information or as and when they update their information. How important is my company's website and should I outsource this? Well, your website is basically, it's like a storefront. It's your presence out there, but just in a vast sea of websites. So I think having a strong website is really important. It doesn't have to be glitzy. It doesn't have to have all the add-ons and the flash and the spark, but it should have 2 or 3 main components that I think of when I visit a website. It should have a seamless experience, whether I'm reaching it via my mobile phone or via my computer, via a tablet. It should just be really smooth. Any information you want from me, may it be a form fill or a purchase, should be seamless. I don't have to zoom in and pinch on a website. I don't need to, I don't need to, I'm getting lost on the screen. I want the form to be static, or I want the purchase journey to be easy enough that I'm reaching from clicking on the product to buying it in a few clicks. Sometimes I see that some websites are so large and complex that I'm kind of lost before I even have realized where I am, or I'm not able to buy what I want. And also the more operational parts of the business I mentioned. Having a website in a local language that I prefer spending time on is much easier for me. And another thing to keep in mind is when you're going to a different location, they might speak the same language as your home country, but the words might mean different things. So making sure that Australian English is a little bit different from the English spoken in the UK versus Canada versus even America, right? So keeping those little nuances in mind are what I think make a great experience on a website. So it's not about lots of manpower. You don't necessarily need to outsource it. Think from the perspective of your customer. If you were buying on your website, what would make your life easier? Does it provide analysis on any other websites or companies such as Amazon, eBay? if you were to put Amazon or eBay in it, it would try to categorize it, and it would provide category information. So that's the first thing we did, right? We put in a website, but what it gave back to us were categories. So up to 5 categories are chosen by Google as relevant to your business. And on that basis, the information is provided. So it would not necessarily give any particular website's data. It would talk about the industry level data for that specific website's category. Can you quickly explain digital Main Street? I keep seeing it online and would love to know more. Uh, Great question, which unfortunately I would not have the best answer for. But I have researched it myself. I do understand that it's a nonprofit organization in Toronto, helping, transforming brick and mortar to online and helping, businesses along the way. Um, Google is participating with it, but I personally do not know much more about it. I will be sure to follow up in some way or form in helping you understand what it's all about. Can Market Finder help me navigate a country's laws surrounding taxes? Market Finder has a section called Legal and Tax under Plan Your Operations that helps provide you high level, overarching legal regulations or tax regulations in particular markets. The one thing you keep in mind is we are talking of all of this from a macro perspective, from the country perspective. We are not, trying to be your tax or legal experts here. I would still defer to your own, company's tax or legal representative to give you specifics. But it's a good starting point on Market Finder to understand what the overarching rules are. It does give you country guides for a few countries if you were to understand, like dig deeper into the taxes or the legal requirements of exporting into those countries. Are there any materials to read to get familiar with all of the features on Google Console and Market Finder? Any other similar product offered by Google? The Market Finder tool itself has a section where you can, it's under the third part of the section, marketing your business, that has lots of trainings and academies that you can join to learn more about how to use these products. Personally, I find the Help Center guides extremely helpful. They're very, very well thought of, very exhaustive, and have all the information you might need. So if you just were to Google any product and Help Center or like navigation walkthrough, you would find videos and articles summarizing how you can use that product. And literally every single product will also have an About and a Help Center page. I also do love the Google Academies. You can find them under Think with Google. And those are really, really great trainings. Before I even joined Google, I actually took some of those trainings for analytics. I had a business of my own, and I found them really, really useful for me. So yeah, and there's courses not just for beginners, but beginners, advanced, intermediate, depending on what your knowledge level is. There's lots of different things you can explore. Some of these are more immersive in terms of a video training. Some of them are in like a form of a text. How can I make sure my website product shows up in Google search, top of the page, or even just on the first page? What can I do to optimize my websites to do that? Well, other than having a website that is, as relevant as possible to the product you're trying to serve or the service you're trying to provide, as well as making sure that it's very, very accessible across different devices. That's a big, big, important aspect of a strong website that really helps your SEO ranking. I think the Google Search Console is a great place to start to understand if there are any glaring issues that need to be fixed in terms of site speed, in terms of experience or downloading of certain data. I also feel Search Console has some really great information from other webmasters to understand, from the network, what other people have been doing to succeed. But relevance, the quality or the load speed and the site speed of your website, definitely, and the ease of navigation across different devices is definitely the most important things. I'm looking to recruit employees in international markets. Can Google help with that? The Google Market Finder has a section for talent and recruitment that helps you understand what the different requirements or the different ways in which talent is recruited or people are recruited across different countries are. There's different guides in there. So depending on what markets you're looking to export into, I would recommend you dive deeper into those. To be honest, for somebody who doesn't understand exactly where to start, I would recommend just put in your website and just navigate, spend some time just going through all the different tabs. Not every piece of information might be relevant to you right now, but it helps paint such a clear picture of what you need to think about. And it also kind of helps you prioritize like what's important to my business, what do I need to be thinking about right away versus what can I push for a little bit later. One of the biggest challenges I've seen businesses face is um, I want to export, but I don't have enough data points, and a market finder helps you with that. And I think it's a beautiful place where you have enough insights that you can try something new without with having data to fall back on instead of like if you were to make that decision without having read the more macro aspects of a country. Earlier when I was in a mentorship session, we had some interesting conversation where uh, it's a lot about like as y'all are entrepreneurs, it's a lot about taking risk, and export is a risk, no doubt. That being said, in today's world, what is export even, right? Like we're chatting with our friends 8,000 miles away so often, where I am talking to all of you virtually despite all the circumstance right now. So I really think the world is pretty seamless and borderless at this point of time. So there are customers who already love what you have to offer and they're waiting to buy from you or experience your product. So it's opportunity lost. It's almost like customers in a queue outside your door waiting to buy from you, and you're shutting the door on their face. So there are some difficulties. Google Market Finder and our team is here to help you through those. There's no challenge we can't overcome. And I really think that it's something every business needs to have, if not the right now, but in the near future. Like this is how you will grow. This is how you will truly succeed in the global economy. Looking to connect to global markets after having some success in Canada. What do you think is the most important? Well, depends on your product or service, but I think one of the first few things you need to think about is what resources do you have? I'm going to give you an example here, but let's say my website is in English, my product packaging is in English. I currently do not have the capabilities for any kind of translation or localization services. I would try to think about using Market Finder. What other countries use English language for their websites, or it's commonly spoken? And those are the first few countries I would look into expanding into. I would also try to find similar size markets where competition seems to be similar. So, you don't have to sort of reinvent the wheel when you're trying to enter it. So, yeah, that's one way. Like I've seen a lot of success personally helping my Canadian businesses expand when they go to similar size markets like UK or Australia, US. Most of my businesses are advertising there. And another thing I would think about is some markets tend to have a lot of volume, so they're very attractive, but they tend to be extremely expensive just because of a high number of players in the market and the competition. In that case, you need to think about economies of scale. So don't shy away from this big market, but also make sure that you're targeting some of the smaller ones where the volume may not be as high, but you're still going to be extremely valuable customers you could find at probably a much lower cost than if you were to go to that big market with lots of competition. So making sure you're balancing the two. Okay, so we're at time now. Thank you so much for listening to me all this while. I hope you all use Market Finder and find it useful. Your questions have been amazing, and I've had a lovely time talking to the group today. Best of luck exporting, and thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan Shaughnessy, and I work for the Canadian Intellectual Property Office as the Intellectual Property Advisor for British Columbia and Yukon Territory. Today, I want to talk to you about intellectual property. So we can begin the presentation. So the presentation is entitled IP Protection Abroad, Leveraging Intellectual Property into New Markets. I will start things off today by talking about 3 common intellectual property or IP mistakes that can seriously impact a business when its operations, products, or services are going abroad. To avoid these, I will also talk about the things you will need to learn about and do as you take on the journey to bring your IP abroad. We'll cover ways to minimize disclosure, learning about and how to apply for IP in your target countries, as well as what you can do if you find that you need to enforce your IP rights abroad. Before we really start, I'll explain why we want innovators and businesses to be smart about intellectual property. Intellectual property rights are territorial and managed by IP offices of countries around the world. In Canada, the Canadian Intellectual Property Office, or CIPO, as is commonly known, is responsible for the administration of most of the Canadian intellectual property rights. At CIPO, we register and grant IP rights such as trademarks, patents, copyright, and industrial designs. CIPO is part of the Government Department for Innovation, Science, and Economic Development Canada, and aside from administrating IP rights, we also work to raise awareness for the effective use of intellectual property. Our goal here at CIPO is to increase the awareness and effective use of IP by Canadians. To this end, we provide a range of products and services free of charge to help Canadian companies gain a better understanding of the importance of protecting and managing their IP assets. So the first big mistake I want to talk about is thinking about intellectual property at too late of a stage. Canadian companies are increasingly turning their attention to markets outside of Canada. So if you're also thinking of doing business abroad, what do you need to consider? Well, firstly, if you're planning to sell an existing product in a new market, you'll probably start by thinking about the market potential of your target market abroad. If you've been successful in marketing a certain product or service in the domestic market, there's a good chance that you'll also be successful in other regions where similar consumer and market realities exist. But you'll need to verify if the market conditions and potential demand are similar. You'll need to know if your product and businesses are subject to any particular regulations at some point. You'll need to rely on local partners for a range of critical business functions, such as manufacturing, assembly, packaging, distribution, sales, marketing, advertising, and after-sales services. However, what's often overlooked is intellectual property. Planning for IP too late could be detrimental to a business. Mistake number 2, thinking that IP rights, laws, and procedures are global. Intellectual property considerations are often left until later as businesses evolve. This may be because many mistakenly believe that IP rights are global and that a patent, trademark, or industrial design registration in one country gives them IP protection worldwide. However, IP rights are territorial. This means that, for example, a Canadian patent or industrial design only provides you with an exclusive right in Canada and not in your target markets abroad. Another important aspect of filing for IP rights abroad, and a common mistake that many make, is thinking that IP laws, rules, and regulations are the same everywhere. But IP rights are subject to local regulations, procedures, and laws. This is why it's very wise to work with an intellectual property professional who understands the local laws and procedures. To make best use of your time with your IP professional, develop a basic understanding of some of the IP regulations, procedures, offices, fees, and best practices to protect your IP in specific countries. The third mistake that I want to talk to you all about is disclosing too much information and at too early of a stage. For example, Let's look at some potential risks of disclosure and see why you need to minimize it before you seek formal protection. The creators of designs and inventions should be very careful with disclosures before they've developed and implemented a plan for their IP abroad. Failure to do so may allow someone to copy the idea in a foreign market or bring it to another country. You may be tempted to show it off at a conference or trade show, but there is a very real risk of doing so. Someone may essentially steal your idea. Also, the information you provide may also be considered a public disclosure. This may prevent you from getting a patent or industrial design registration. Nearly all countries have a first-to-file patent system as opposed to a first-to-invent system. So even if you can prove you were the first to think of your invention, you'll lose the race if a competing inventor files before you do. Now let's talk about the things you can do to minimize the risk of disclosure of your intellectual property or IP and other business critical information you should consider while keeping your invention secret. Let's go over 3 basic steps you can take to minimize the risks of disclosure. Step number 1, identify the sensitive information. Assess and define the minimum information you're required to share with your employees and partners and with outsiders. Be very selective when you reveal information. Only disclose it on a need-to-know basis. Many experienced business people won't sign confidentiality contracts, so you'll need to know how to talk about your invention with stakeholders, such as potential investors, manufacturers, and distributors. Therefore, you'll need to have a structured plan and some practice for how to talk about your invention without disclosing the critical information. Step 2, protect your secrets internally. Employees are the ones most likely to disclose a company's valuable trade secrets. This can happen either inadvertently or purposely. Minimize and limit access to the confidential information to only the employees who need to have access to carry out their duties. Also, make sure you can track access to the confidential information. A document tracking system can be valuable if you investigate trade secret thefts. It can prove that the company took measures to protect trade secrets. Step number 3, protect your secrets externally. Restrict access to the trade secrets to only the employees who need to know. It's best if only one person is the lead on the confidential information. This person can then provide assistance to other employees and verify that outgoing content in meetings and emails is free from confidential information. Assess the timing of sharing information. For example, don't disclose your patent application or industrial design registration ahead of filing. Until you have formal intellectual property protection, establish confidentiality or other non-disclosure agreements with your employees and partners, as well as outsiders. Wherever possible, use supply agreements or demonstrate outputs rather than disclosing the trade secrets themselves. As mentioned earlier, a common mistake is to think that IP rights, laws, and procedures are the same everywhere. Even if the target market for a business is limited to Canada, there's a chance that some protection abroad will be useful in the long term. Since IP laws depend on the local jurisdiction, it is important to identify what jurisdictions or target countries you will need IP rights in. Think about protecting your IP from 3 different perspectives. Your own activities. Businesses should consider protecting their IP in the jurisdictions where they plan to discuss, display, or sell or manufacture their products and services. Secondly, also seek IP protection in places where you need better protection against others' activities, since someone else may attempt to copy, manufacture, or import your products and services. Finally, consider the flow of goods. A formal IP right can be critical to preventing knockoffs or counterfeit products from moving through customs. We strongly recommend working with an intellectual property professional to plan for IP rights abroad. To make good use of your time with your IP professional, do your own initial searching. In regards to existing IP, now that target countries are identified, it's important to verify if someone already owns the IP there, since this could limit or even prevent you from formally protecting your IP in both your home country as well as your target country. For example, verify if anyone using your trademark or a similar one. If so, are they using the same goods and service classes as you? If there's a risk that your trademark is too similar to something that already exists. Are these rights maintained? For example, have the maintenance fees been paid for patents, or has the trademark been renewed? Let an IP professional verify and complement your search. In regards to IP regulations, you also need to learn about IP regulations in the countries you wish to enter. Identify critical rules and laws of IP protection, for example. In regard to patents, what the regional IP laws cover, and if there are any exclusions to what you can protect. For example, some countries have different laws on biological matter and software. Also, for patents, look at the grace period. This is a period that some countries allow between the time an invention or design is disclosed publicly and the time you file for a patent. In the countries where a grace period is allowed, there may be differences from country to country in how long it is, and what's considered a disclosure, and what's not. For trademarks, goods and service classes for trademarks. Look at the goods and services classes for trademarks. For instance, if someone wants to sell boots and also branded socks in China, they need to register the trademark in two classes, one for the boots and one for the socks, since these are different classes in the Chinese trademark system. Also, look at the use requirement to file for trademarks. Is proof of use a requirement to register a trademark in that country? Some countries, including Canada, have common law jurisdictions. This could mean, for example, that someone may have a trademark rights that they can enforce without ever having to register their trademark with the IP office. This means you won't be able to find all the relevant trademarks in a database containing registered trademarks. Procedures. Find out if you're required to be represented by a certified a local IP practitioner, such as a nationally registered patent or trademark agent. In some jurisdictions, unless you have a registered business entity in that jurisdiction, only an authorized professional, such as a local lawyer or IP agent, can represent you and manage your filings. Determine what languages you need to use in your application. And finally, look into the various fees and how to pay them, as well as any time limits for filing for protection, paying fees, and other deadlines. In general, there are two methods for applying for IP rights abroad. Method number one is to apply directly with the IP office of your target country. For example, many companies start their patent filings in the US and either directly or shortly thereafter use the application as a basis for a Canadian application. If the company thinks that they need to apply for IP rights in many other countries, it may be beneficial to use an international application system, which is the second method. With the international application system, a lot of work has already been done to standardize the application systems to make it possible for inventors and creators to submit and pay for international applications through a single online portal. These international systems can save you time and money and give you some valuable time before you have to pay your fees. If you are applying for IP protection in a handful of countries, the total application fees may be lower and easier to pay than when you are filing with multiple countries directly. For patents, the international system also has the benefit of giving you up to 1.5 years of extra time before you have to pay your application in the countries where you're seeking protection. You can learn more about the international trademark system by looking into the Madrid Protocol. For patents, the Patent Cooperation Treaty, or the PCT, is the system you will use to leverage your applications internationally. Similar systems exist for industrial designs. Simply owning intellectual property is not enough to stop other people from using it without your permission. While CIPO and other IP offices grant IP rights such as trademarks, patents, industrial designs, and copyright, they don't police exclusive rights or monitor the marketplace for potential infringement. If you know or suspect your IP rights are being infringed, we recommend you seek the assistance of a professional to determine the next steps. These steps could be cease and desist letters, licensing agreements, administrative action, such as with a customs authority, or could resort to litigation in the court system. Alternatively, alternative dispute resolution, for example, arbitration, is a possible option. In summary, if you suspect someone is infringing your IP rights abroad, we strongly recommend that you seek the help of a professional. This could be an IP professional with extensive experience offering their advice or service. It could also be an IP agent who has passed qualifying exams and is entitled to act on your behalf. Finally, you could choose a qualified IP lawyer specializing in IP law and related legal matters. If the infringement is happening in another country, a Canadian IP professional may be able to coordinate work with you or refer you to an IP professional abroad. For further questions on intellectual property, feel free to email me at ryan.shaughnessy@canada.ca. We do also have a call center available at 1-866-997-1936, and more information can be found on our website at canada.ca/IP for business. Thank you so much for having me present this presentation, and I hope you learned a lot about intellectual property. Thank you.